Hello! Good afternoon, stinkers! And what? What an afternoon, honestly. I hope you guys had a nice Monday. Hope it was a bearable one. Hope you're having a good Tuesday as well. Obviously, the, what is it called? Nintendo Direct just ended, so there might be a few of you that are pretty excited about some things.
Hoi!
Why am I... What the fuck? Why am I hello? What? What happened? Why am I so small? Hel- That was weird. was a bit weird. Maybe this is how I should have my model, so you guys can see more of it. How many people know that I'm wearing like a fucking actual dress, you know? What? You guys don't get to see my boots often either. Crazy. Me personally, not particularly fussed about anything going on. Obviously, Deltarune Chapter 5 is pretty cool. Your girl has got some fucking games to play, and oh woe is me, I gotta play some games, but you know. We gotta plan some shit out, guys. I've got shit I need to get through. But how are you guys doing? I hope you guys are doing well today. I'm gonna say my hellos before I start yapping. We do have something very exciting planned for today. So yeah, we're gonna be doing some soup. I didn't know Road to Empress 2 was dropping today. I wasn't aware that there was an actual fucking date that it was being dropped, but it is here. The only reason I was made aware of it is because shout out to Sparkle. Sparkle very generously gifted me the game, and when I was like checking my emails, it's like, what sent me a Steam gift? I was like, Road to Empress 2? Excusez-moi. So thank you, Sparkle, for that. Bless your heart and soul. So that's probably what I need to be saying my hellos, but that's probably what we're gonna be doing today. But let me say my hellos first before I yap. So hello Winter, congratulations on being voiced. Hello Ray, hello Sandwich, hello Clarinets, hello Adder, hello Chris. Turns. Hello Stevie, hello Simric, hello Hannah. Hello Sucumbio. Hannah, thank you for the 160 stream streak. Hello Trashcan. Hello Foggy, thank you for the like. Hello Jaikon, thank you for the 125 stream streak. Hello David.
Ooh.
Oh. Woo. Speaking of, hello Sparkle. Hello Strix. You got more fart footage? What are you what the fuck are you talking about? You just took some happiness from the stream. You can have all my happiness, love. Hello Lychee. Hello Joshi. Hello Rhino. Thank you for the 135 stream streak. Feet? Yeah. I mean, I've said that before. This model technically does have like... I can take off my shoes. Well, it's specifically with my t-shirt outfit. I can take off my slippers and my socks, but not for free. Sparkle, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Happy 16 months. Thank you very much. That's very sweet of you. Thank you. Take off shoes is in fact a paid service. So yeah, I have to do some planning because for those of you unaware, Deltarune Chapter 5 is coming out in 2 weeks. And I still need to go through, do Chapter 3 on my new save, and then stream Chapter 4. But, what I'm thinking is I will probably stream Chapter 3 as well. I know I already did stream Chapter 3, but maybe we can speedrun Chapter 3 together with the new save. And you guys can do a little bit of backseat Andying for me for shit that I need to pick up before I go to Chapter 4. That would be pretty pog. I don't know if I found the egg in Chapter 3 when I first played it. So... Welcome in, Xander. Yes, you have to be over the age of 18 to be here. I don't really feel comfortable with minors, sorry. Obviously we have the soup game that we're going to be playing today. I also have Pokemon I need to do. And Enter the Dragonfly as well. So we actually have to knuckle down. I might have to impose a ban on playing fucking Overwatch and League on stream so I actually get these games done. I guess fucking over, dude. I actually have to impose a ban. Out that door, baby, bye, bye, bye. DMC4? Yeah, you know what's funny? I was considering putting DMC4 as like as an incentive thing. I also have to, speaking of incentives, we got Winter and Goat to do the crowd control stuff as well. So I'm gonna potentially actually have to make a schedule and adhere to it. Crazy shit, I know. And fucking Hunt just dropped a new event straight after the first one, so there's that as well. Well, I don't really want to play Hunt. Dude, I'm so fucking dog shit. Hunt took it from me, and I'm still upset about it. Dude, playing solo fucking freaks me out, though. I got scared playing solo, right? I fucking jumped when I got shot at, and I opened my menu, and I couldn't move, and I died because I was being shot at. Hello, Jer, how's it going? Where's the Super Deem? Tits is no more. I don't have tits on stream anymore. So... Dog doesn't know what swear words are? Well, if it sticks around long enough, I'm sure it will pick up a few. Yeah, tits was more trouble than it was worth, so I got rid of it. But, I do have the alternate version. I just need to set... I am really sorry. I've been so fucking lazy lately. So, I've just been doing a bunch of other shit. Wait, Tits 2 was just in that? What the fuck are you talking about? Was this at, like... Was this announced at Nintendo Direct? What? I don't know if I want to... trust it, honestly. Yes, health schedule. You bought car game, I'm ready to be tortured, let's go. Wait, you should have... I didn't know you didn't have it. I could have gifted it to you, whatever. Yeah, whatever. I'll do something like that. No, in the Discord? Oh, fantastic. Xander, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moid. I hope you enjoy your stay. TITS is an abbreviation, or whatever you call it, for Twitch Integrated Throwing System. It's, whenever you go to a stream and see someone pelting shit that's usually a VTuber, it's that program usually. VConnect. I'll look over it all in time. But yeah, I might actually have to make a schedule so I get these games that I owe you guys done, so that at least, especially for September, I can, which reminds me, I have to message, I've been like on and off messaging people all day. Hi! Oh dear. What is 1 week cat mode? I have cat ears and tail on, and I've done yeah after every sentence for 7 streams straight. They weren't doing updates because they were trying to get on Steam, which isn't happening now, so they're just fixing the broken shit finally. What's wrong with Itch.io? Hello, Brad, how's it going? You wanna see it? Yeah, alright, buddy. I don't see your fucking... Actually, I can't say that. That's, I can't say that to you, actually. Never mind. I know about your deal. That's all I'll say it as. But yeah, so Road Tempest 2 released today, and we're probably gonna play it. I will say... there might be a cameo from someone that is very well known in this. I'm pretty sure they invited them over to do some stuff. Apparently it's also shorter than what was originally planned, but I didn't look too much into it because I didn't want to spoil myself. Brad's not gonna spend his points. Don't get your hopes up. Alright, let me, you know what? Should we just get straight into Road to Empress? I think we should. I'm so excited, guys. Like, unironically, I'm so fucking hyped. A lot has happened though, right? Oh, I can't remember half the names. How many subs did someone have to get for cat mode? I'm not being bought with subs on it. If I had it my way, I'd remove the channel point redeem, but it was an incentive that we hit for charity, so... yeah, no. I mean, I have thought about it because I got really pissed off with some implications with cat mode and some associations with it as well. I already think it's beyond fucking cringy. And I'm not the biggest fan of doing it. And as I said before, it was a charity thing. So I'm like, you know what? That's keeping me going. But with the way that some people were behaving and rule breaking and associating and some of the things I was getting called and again... I was like, you know what? Look, I will not hesitate if it gets bad again to remove it and just have you guys come up with something else. My regulars should know by now, like, I'm a very patient person. And I'm very determined to, you know, give credit where credit is due. Make sure, you know, everything is as fair as I can possibly make it. At the end of the day, you guys paid money to charity for that to be an incentive, and that's how it works. But, you know, when shit gets to the point where it's just pissing me off and making stream unenjoyable, I will be like, you know, okay, we need to have a sit down and talk about what we're going to do differently now because I can't do it anymore. Hello, Disingenuous. How's it going? You're so close to the wheel. The wheel went up in price. The Gamba from the last event was not fruitful. Ban the cringe people? I don't think, at least I'd like to not think it was malicious, but it was getting quite tiring. And it's really difficult because it wasn't exactly something I can speak out about without coming across as an extremely petty and sour person. So I never really, like, I know I'm like the person that says, you know, communication is key, make sure you talk about it, make sure you air your grievances, but in this particular case, it's very hard to without, you know, having people hate me, I guess. Thank you for the 205 stream streak, Clarinets. Thank you very much. Got 90%? Sick. Holy shit. Go you. Are you being called? I'd rather not talk too much about it. But hell, you started the conversation, yeah, but I was being intentionally vague because I didn't want to, you know, make people a bit too aware. Hello, Ginger, how's it going? Change the 1 week camo to just affect Go? Don't. I've had to have a conversation with some people about that too because, oh my god, don't. I'll just leave it there. We're chilling, we're gonna have a soup day. It's finished installing, but it didn't load. Let me open it again. You guys ready for some soup? I was thinking about making like an outfit or something, but oh, it's so loud. Oh, age verification. Oh, age verification. I am 13 or old. Ah, it's so loud. You guys can't hear it. Please Because I'm over the age of 13. Oh. That was... Oh, it still is quite loud, actually. I'm gonna go over there and you're gonna be like, what the fuck, hell? Hello, Ray, how you doing? Oh, the music stopped just as I fucking... Oh, never mind. There it is. It's so loud. Why is it so loud? This is at half volume, by the way. I half the volume in the mixer for this. It's time for soup. It is time for soup. Are you excited for soup? How's my day going? It's going okay, thank you for asking. Making steady progress on your game is good to hear. What's soup day? I haven't been here since maybe February, so I forgot all of it. Okay, I will explain in just a second. So I'm just looking at chat. Did I miss anything? Okay, right. It's really loud. This is, as I said, this is like, I need to start and like, network connected. I hope this doesn't like dox me or some shit. I'll read this. Shall I read this now? Hello everyone, this is the new One Studio team. As a small team that has long dedicated ourselves to crafting cinematic, interactive dramas, this is still really loud, we are deeply grateful for the attention and support we have received, and it drives us to work even harder. The past 2 years have seen our team devote every moment to crafting every storyline and the line of dialogue. We know the work still falls short of your expectations, yet it represents our utmost dedication. On behalf of the whole team, please accept our deepest gratitude. The Shang Dynasty embraces all walks of life. Is it dynasty or dynasty? And we value the diversity of opinions. Between the world within the story and life beyond it, we ask for your kind understanding where the narrative falls short. A story may be interpreted in 1,000 ways. May you, in reality, simply be the most brilliant you. Okay, so this is what people meant, I think, when they said it was not, like, what was said to be done. Okay, thank God I can turn this on now. Holy shit. Okay, so this is Road to Empress 2. We played Road to Empress. How long ago was it? I feel like it wasn't that long ago. And this is apparently like it's a visual novel with like a bunch of choices. Like no, what is it called? FMV. What is like? Basically, it is like it's legitimately historically accurate. So if anyone knows their history with regards to whenever this was set, you'll see that or whatever. It was praised for being quite accurate. I don't know shit, so you know I'm not spoiled at least. The soup meme is that in the first game, there's like a lot of bad endings, a lot of ways you can die and shit like that. And I must have died to some poisoned soup about 50 fucking times. So yeah. Your kin have started hanging at my house. I haven't done anything to befriend them that I know of. Maybe give them some unsalted nuts. So yeah, that's the soup meme. Not legit, the major plot points there, most characters' history are. Well, when I googled something, I saw their name in a Wikipedia page. I think it was when I googled the waist chop. I added soup 4 months ago, so around then, so yeah, okay. bit longer than we thought. Attend court, pray. Okay, so should we just go straight into it? Is this gonna be like, this might be too quiet now. Redeem code for what? Alright, let's return. Oh! Why are you all of a sudden loud as ass? Oh, okay, so that doesn't actually... The sound does not affect... Okay, right. Okay. Right, so the sound option... The sound option doesn't affect that cutscene. Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna have to just manually turn this the fuck down via the volume mixer. Let's see. Cause holy shit. That was so loud. Okay, right. Let's see. It's not that loud, Dav's ear, but yeah, I don't know what that was about. Okay, right. It's... Okay, right. Okay. Like, look at how low this is, by the way. Look at how fucking low this is. There we go. From a forgotten Chiron to a nun in Ganye. Oh yeah, we're a nun. We're a nun. Right, yeah, shit. I don't think I'm gonna be able to read this fast enough for you guys. Let's fucking go. I've forgotten everyone's names. Why is it so quiet now?
你一路赌命活到今日，可不是为了认命。这是个吃人的地方。父亲病逝后，你与母亲饱受兄长欺辱，踏入宫门，只为改写命运。见天子，庸脂肺腑。可这里教你的第一课，是昨日的姐妹，今日便能送你上路。陛下，住手！姨母，任何人都不可以信任。
Everyone in this fucking... everyone is gorgeous, bro.
贵妃的杀机，姨母的诡计。至亲手足。
There's the soup! Soup mentioned!
你时刻在漩涡中挣扎。可就算行走在深渊之中，亦有暖意。住手！这里岂是你放肆的地方？这份暖意与你弥足珍贵。很心疼。
Oh yeah, I like Jin, don't I? He's a cutie.
而你对他们是真心还是权衡？
我马上要带父皇出征，照顾好自己。
有我在，你们休想带走媚娘。殿下觉得我是个怎样的人？
你是一个能够独迎风雪，但总是忘记为自己撑伞。
在这场惊心动魄的棋局里，
注定是一场死局。也希望本王去世。
我愿同殿下一同去世。
This is going so fast. This is just summarizing the main storyline of the first game.
曾经不可一世的阴
Oh, Snowy! Wait, what do you mean there's no suit? Oh, do you mean like the tit
笼罩
suit?
在你眼前的阴霾在逐渐散去，可命运却在陡然间发生变曲。羔羊和你分道扬镳，
Oh, Gao Yang!
你被迫入感业寺为尼，这便是你的结局。
Here, let me... Wait, maybe I could...
知道结局会是什么？我才认，你说是？
Let me see if I can source something out.
再给我一次机会，我想改写自己的命运。
认命？不，新的篇章才刚刚开始。
Wait, I've already got an option. 1 second. I need to. I'm just doing something potentially very funny. What are we looking for? Oh wait, will it? Say less. Do you guys want the soup? Wait, can I like... Let me move this over here so I can see me doing it. Don't mind this. There you go. You guys have got some soup. Maybe you can be the soup. There we go. Perfect. Does it take whatever your ending was for the first one? No, I'm pretty sure it just does what the canon ending was. So, in the first game, there were loads of different endings at loads of different points in the game. They were good endings, there were bad endings, there were loads of them. A lot more bad endings than good endings, but there were a few good endings sprinkled in there. However, I'm pretty sure there's one canon ending. So, I think that's what it's gonna go based off of. So, I hope that, Hello, Goat! Hello, Pancake! Pancake, thank you for the 65 stream streak! A recap of the first one, you weren't there for it, you just missed the whole ass fucking recap that they had. So, you're gonna have to watch the VOD for that, I'm afraid, buddy. Alright, let's go. Do you wanna just go straight for it? Just go pick this? Should we just fucking leave? Should we get an ending immediately? Yeah, why the fuck not? Bye bye.
西西，我想离开这里，去看一看外面的广阔天地。主子，西西愿拼死带主子离开深海，去任何主子想去的地方。
Oh, this is the woman whose little brother we saved. Why am I small?
不能再连累你了。可是主子，小水还需要你照顾。我要借魏王之礼，让他助我离开这里。如今他远在北京，如何能顾及主子大位？魏王夺嫡落败，他必然是李治的眼中钉，他不甘也不能安然做他的郡王。的确
No, I'm not doing a bit.
他救我，我必助他。这笔买卖与他不亏。主子，3日之后，你来取信，帮我送出去吧。是。
think we're just leaving. Bye bye.
心狠手辣，玩弄人心。你果真和本王是一路人。这簪子也太过招摇了。送你的。本王马上
海景。
希望我回来的时候，你还活着。
Is it loud enough for you guys?
凌空，该你
My
去打
VOD
扫
track
单
is
了
on.
知道了。
Am I not actually leaving? Was that not the funny haha that I...
五元帐，别来无恙。
Didn't we get this last time? Wait, wasn't this something last time?
刘希，怎么，我来看你很吃惊？你知道是谁把我从牢里放出来的吗？是高阳，你曾经最好的朋友啊！不可能，如若不是高阳，我如何穿得这身上宫衣裳？他特命我来赶夜寺。 好生对待你，只是他们欺辱我的，竟然是高阳。如今时过境迁了，你却还对我如此念念不忘。若非你父亲当年的诬陷，我父亲怎会郁郁含恨而终？你父亲欠我们刘家的，都该由你来还。当真是疯了，疯！你的那些痴心妄想，难道不比我更疯吗？你在胡言乱语些什么？自深安一别。 已历数月，赶夜寺中虽清苦，尚可度日。若得机缘，愿与君游览自由之天地。你是怎么知道
Hello, Jerby. How's it going?
来看望好姐妹，自然要先去她的闺房拜访一番了。你放心，你与魏王那些信件，我都替你好好收着了。我竟不知。 你与魏王还有这等交情，只可惜魏王失势，想要落井下石的人势必蠢蠢欲动。今日可是你给了他们铲除魏王的理由，没想到你到死还要拉魏王为你陪葬。刘希，你到底要做什么？其实我也不是不念旧情之人，只要你让我用这支花簪在你的额头上刺一朵牡丹。 我高兴了，便放了那魏王一条生路。
Wait, so this is legitimate, like a like I thought it was just gonna be like a meme, like oh yeah, there you go, haha, GG's. What the fuck? Fucking kill this bitch! Oh shit. Got an achievement.
你是刘兆姐姐吗？这个就作为见面礼赠给姐姐吧。害死江才人的凶手不是贵妃，而是这位武才人。只要姐姐给我磕3个小头，我便去贵妃面前为你求起，只要是能从你手中抢，我都高兴。你如今不过是个阶下囚，我想怎么办就怎么办，我想怎么办就怎么办。
Don't fuck with me! Oh shit, we killed her. Bye bye. Welcome to London. Jesus, look how dark that blood was. Don't care. I don't fucking care. Am I really gonna have to like go through all of these options? Oh lord. Make it look like an assassin's work or stash her corpse. But Gao Yang is gonna fucking know. No? Fucking hide the corpse. Why the fuck not?
我该怎么处理他的尸体？
你在想什么呢？看来昔日的武才人，
Hi, Jin!
就算入了这感业寺，也没有认命。
Hi!
乌元璋，别来无恙。
Yo, how's it going,
殿
bro?
下为何会在此？
Call an Uber!
乌元璋，
Oh my god, we're gonna run away.
从此远离纷争。天地广阔，
Why are you blurry? Oh, and you're not blurry anymore.
你再也不会受到任何伤害。
Fuck
我
yeah!
们可以做一对神仙眷侣。
Let's go!
天罡路远，还你自由，是我对你的许诺。
Why are you so... Yeah, let's go!
带我走。
Uh-oh. What? It was a dream?
殿下，殿下，沉醉在甜蜜的幻想里，永远不要醒来。殿下，殿下，
What the fuck is going on? Don't play with me. Oh, I died. It was a sweet phantom. Liu Zhi's hairpin. Oh, fuck, it was poisoned. Oh, the hairpin was poisoned.
快来找我吧，吴姐姐。
Why are you so quiet? Bollocks. Okay, right. Let's have a look at the storyline then. So, like, can I go back to the very beginning? So what's the other one?
西西，我想回宫，从头。
Is this actually just
回宫，西西。
two different storylines entirely, or what?
谢谢你，西西。可如今他登上帝位，千头万绪，政务繁杂，而我这个曾经的故人，我想赌一赌，他还没有忘记。西西，我要设法见李治一面。主子，不久后便是先帝的忌辰，陛下也会来感业寺中。主子若欲回宫，这或许是最好的时机。
Let's just have a check, Leora. I hope you're well.
西西，帮我留意宫中局势。是。
You know, for a place that's supposed to just, you know, inhabit, like, the nuns are supposed to inhabit, it's pretty fancy, huh?
魏思君，
Hello, Jaffe. How you doing?
不信比来泪湿衣。
You said no, it fights off the poison? I'm not sure.
纠缠。
But that explains why her eyes were, like, it was all blurry.
3日后，帮我送一个信物给陛下。是，主子。
云空，该你去打扫大殿了。
Is her handwriting neat? I wouldn't be able to tell. Are we gonna see fucking Li Zhu again? Rob, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moedo. Hope you enjoy your stay. We've seen this shit before. Yeah, we can skip this because we've seen it. Oh! Wait! This was the option that we had at the... Oh, right! Fuck, I can't remember the option. Can I burst through?
陛下， 地清修，哪里都不能去。将他锁死。
夜幕逐渐降临。
Oh shit! Never mind. Yeah, this was the end of the last game. This was the shit I remember. Oh no, she's okay. So was she gonna die from the poison as well, like, or what? How does this work?
被人抛弃的可怜虫，在你最失魂落魄的时候杀了你，
Well,
你才会永远
fuck.
记得。
I'll never know. The writing is a bit fast. A ton of people are hell-bent on keeping you away from him. Yeah, I know. I wanted... That's what I was doing. Yeah, so it looks like it's two different things altogether. If I just scream his name. Get the fuck off of me! Am I just gonna get killed? Nope. There he is. Okay, I remember this. I remember this.
理智出现的那一刻，你知道。
Hello. Thank you for the Lurkana.
你们就是这样对他的？
陛下饶命！
趁朕还未处置你们，赶紧滚！
God, that fucking look, damn. A new era. Greet him calmly, greet him with restrained. What is restrained grievance? Chloe's looking. This is so awkward. Because he's not blinking. He's not blinking at all. Alright, are we gonna be pissy or are we just gonna be like, yo, what's going on? I threw up. No, we're just gonna be like, hello, how's it going?
明空，见过陛下，陛下怎么来了？
What brings you here, bitch? We were just screaming his name. Wait, what did that say? I missed it. Did we get infinity or no?
我没事，倒是陛下来找赵儿，会不会对陛下不利？
你都这样，居然还在担心我。我给你写了好多信，可一直没有收到你的回应。我以为你不愿再与我有牵扯。
Embrace him, yeah.
原来陛下心里一直都有赵儿，赵儿好高兴。
赵儿，
+1.
我好想你。
If I remember correctly, the affinity actually doesn't mean shit, right?
你怎么还瘦了？还憔悴了？
Oh shit, I've been a nun for the past like 2 months.
我这就接你回宫，封你为昭仪。
陛下，陛下要即刻带我回宫，封我为九品之首的昭仪。
Yeah, why the fuck not?
好，这儿听陛下的。
你身
We
为
didn't
先
look
帝
up
才人，
happy about that.
女尼之身，在世人眼里，你和李治的这段爱恋，是极度悖逆礼法的惊世骇俗之举。以长
Oh,
孙太
shit.
尉为首的3省重臣全部反对，联合驳回了李治的封妃诏书。
吾氏乃先帝才人，若陛下将其封为昭仪， 便是和
Oh, mind
先
your
帝献于巨幽之
business.
乱，请陛下收回臣命。
请陛下收回成命。
What? Am I gonna get killed? Is it soup time? I became the target of all. Every faction saw you as a thorn in their side. Their joint efforts, you were overwhelmed by a torrent of condemnation. Soon you met your demise. That's fucked up. Your Majesty respectfully has fucking no backbone.
赵儿，我是吉吉国王，你就是我的吉吉昭仪吗？
I'm Emperor Hasty. What? Is this like some weird translation thing? What does that mean? Alright, I gotta tell you no.
若陛下违背组织接我回宫，我必会成为前朝后宫的靶子。
Damn, it's like she's seen the future.
侄儿听到陛下这句话，就已经很满足了。可是陛下登基不久，正需稳固朝政，维护民心。众所周知，侄儿是先帝嫔妃。陛下若这样带侄儿回去，必然会被前朝老臣们握住把柄，对陛下不利。
不利又如何？我不可能继续把你留在这里。
So what if it does a bitch I just saw? I'm gonna die. And you're gonna do fuck all.
届时，世人必会以悖逆礼法口诛笔伐。陛下就听侄儿的吧。回宫之事，我们从长计议。
方才是我关心则乱，我答应你。
我知道，我不能借李治之手回宫，但今日我确定了李治对我的情谊，这让我更加笃定，可以继续开展下一步计划了。
李治回宫后，即刻下旨，将夏女官等人以渎职之罪罢职严惩。自此，你得以专心筹谋回宫之事。
Thank you.
主子，我来了。细心，如今宫中局势
Like how, because death is not rampant in the world, the characters experience. They have no idea how precise a deathless world is.
皇后出身门
I suppose.
门第极贵，与当朝宰辅长孙太尉为一堂。他们同气连枝，裹挟皇权。
Oh, we've got more bitches to take out.
陛下登基未久，处境一时艰难。朝堂上的博弈绝非朝夕可及。那宫中可有能制衡皇后之人？有，那便是第二位妃子，萧淑妃。萧淑妃出身兰陵萧氏，自从她诞下皇子后，她气焰日盛，更寄予后位，早已不把没有子嗣的皇后放在眼里，所以她是唯一能和皇后分庭抗礼之人。
Oh, so we've got two new rivals.
而第三位妃子，则是皇后派系的刘贵妃。她曾是侍女出身，由皇后一手提拔。若无皇后，刘贵妃的出身绝无可能封妃。因此，刘贵妃
We gotta be a Londoner part 2. I mean, last time we didn't actively kill anyone. We had them ruin each other, if you remember.
细心定能帮到主子。若能借势而为，我们或可以反客为主。
What the fuck happened to my aunt?
借势使旨。
Oh fuck, I gotta pick. I can't remember who was who. I was not paying that much attention. I'm not gonna lie to you, whenever someone new comes on screen, I'm just like actually fucking stunned by how beautiful everyone is. Like, I can't, like, I gotta keep it 100% real with you guys. I'm staring at how fucking, like, a perfect everyone is. Do you guys have a preference? So this is like the angrier looking one. This was the one in the pink dress, right? The outfits and makeup are doing a lot of heavy lifting. Like, you put the best outfit and all the makeup on myself, I ain't gonna look like that. So, you know, I'm like, okay. The child in me tells me to exploit the Wang. Okay, we're exploiting Wang. Go left. She'd be executed because if you had smecks with the Emperor per the rules, you die with him unless you were specifically spared. If no smecks, you get nunned. I see. You're not Chinese. No, I'm, as far as I'm aware, I'm not. Okay, we had one left and one right. Fuck. Oh, should we poll it? We can do a quick poll if you guys want. You can vote anonymously then. Wang or Xiao? Xiao or Wang? Who are we exploiting? You've got like 1 minute. One minute. If you want to vote, you can. If you don't want to vote, that's completely fine as well. No one is forcing you to. This fucking loop that's currently playing sounds like tinnitus. I'm not gonna lie. It just sounds like fucking tinnitus. Still gonna vote Wang though? Only one person has voted, so looks like we're going with Xiao. Okie dokie, we're gonna go exploit Xiao. If you guys are wrong, you're gonna get the soup. And you already have the soup, like, but...
细心，想办法帮我告诉萧淑妃，感业寺里有个人，可以助她共同对抗王皇后。是。
Oh, wait, Xiao is the pink one. Never mind, I got it the wrong way around.
什么？明空？他是喜欢明目张胆的痴心空想吗？
Oh, I think you guys picked the wrong thing. Oh, you guys fucked up. You guys fucked up. You were nothing more than the buzzing of an insect? Holy shit. Not our fault. I think it was your fault. Oh, here we go. How am I gonna die?
因此，萧淑妃一道密令，当日你便猝亡于感业寺。
Fucking Ainzo Goon grasp-hearted me or some shit. What the fuck? Was that death? Not even gonna tell me?
这人都退休感业寺了，怎么还幻想着回宫？
Why are you guys so quiet?
什么人？也配合
Well,
宫廷？
unlucky for you, I guess you're gonna get deaded. Nose period death. I mailed you a heart attack via osmosis. Alright, can I just do this then? How much soup we had? None.
想办法让王皇后知道。
We've died like 3 times though.
虚隐心知，感业寺里有个人
5G towers. Ah, yes. The infamous 5G Ganye Temple.
中宫传来消息，皇后今日
Ah, here we go. Alright, let me see if I can...
正式收刘贵妃所出之理中殿下为养子，长孙太尉亲赴弘文馆，魏忠殿下责定5位重臣为授业师。如今3省之内议论纷纷，皆言皇后养子必会成为太子。
皇后和太尉倒真是同心协力，急不可耐。棋局太近，该落下心思。
Okay, so is this guy not just gonna kill everyone?
朕欲立萧淑妃
Like his dad did?
为雍王。
是。
Is because his dad had no problem just fucking killing everyone, so...
都是做贵妃的人了，怎么还和之前做奴婢似的，冒冒失失的？说吧，何事？皇后，陛下今日特召众宰相议政，提了要立萧淑妃之子为雍王。 雍王，雍没圣儿，陛下只是主意他为太子。王后，这萧淑妃如今气焰愈盛，长此以往，如何是好？皇后，贵妃，奴婢斗胆献上一计，定能对付萧淑妃。说，萧淑妃这株花蔓草难除，何不在她旁边栽上一株野花，与其相争，夺其锋芒？
你的意思是，找另外一个人分走萧淑妃的宠爱？
这倒是个办法，可是这样的人真的能找到吗？奴婢久居深宫，的确知道这么一个人。此人如今就在。
Wait, the temple is in the rear palace?
愿佛祖庇佑我圣朝，海晏
Yo
和庆，百姓安居乐业。
主子，他来了。
皇后，真的吗？
还不快见过皇后！明空见过皇后。
They can never leave the palace once they enter.
听说你是先帝才人，回宫的机
嗯，
会就在眼前，我必须牢牢抓住。
Remain composed and dignified or act timid and submissive. Well, she was given beef to the lady for acting like a maid, but the thing is, wait, pivotal choice? What does this mean? But we don't want to act like a, we're a fucking nun at the end of the day, you know what I mean? Ah, shit. We gotta be sneaky. We gotta be like, oop, or like we gotta be like, fuck you, one slice of pepperoni pizza. Literally, Mau Mau. Where do we Mau Mau? What does pivotal choice mean? Does this mean both choices are right? I think we gotta be deceptive, no? We gotta be deceptive.
回皇后，是
Oh shit! I meant to click
本
that.
宫听说你和
Favor
陛下是
+2.
此事是真的吗？
+2. We know our fucking place. Let's
皇后
go.
问你什么，你如实回答就好。
说吧。
Wait, what did she say? I wasn't paying attention. Wait. Can I just go back and can we? What did you say? I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry.
先帝才人，
本宫听说你和陛下是旧识。
His Majesty. Oh, right.
你莫非是害怕了？皇后问你什么，你如实回答就好。
说吧。
We can't tell her. Can we? Answer honestly. Okay, that's true.
回皇后，昔日陛下对明空有恩，不敢或忘，明空亦视陛下为益友。
你很坦诚。
Let's
绝不敢欺瞒
go!
皇后。
陛下政务繁忙，不常回后宫。如今本宫身边尚缺一个伶俐的人相伴，以解寂寥。本宫有意提拔你，你觉得如何？
果然，皇后预期我引陛下垂青。
Watch the +2 actually be like really shit, and you could technically have gotten like +99 or something.
回宫的机会，我要回宫侍奉皇后吗？
As a consort, as a maidservant, I am willing. Oh, fuck. These choices are so much, like, fucking harder. I feel like this would absolutely piss her off. I think it's between these two, right? Because I think this would absolutely fucking... Being a consort from a nun, she'll be like, what the fuck are you saying? Are you telling me you want to be a like a... You know what I mean? Yeah, I just... Maybe we'll dip our toe into this. We'll see what happens here.
若皇后推举我成为皇帝的婢女，更能帮到皇后。好
Fuck!
真是一颗七窍玲珑心。
-2!
你先下去吧，我自会安排。
是。
No, get me back, get me back. No, we need the +2, please. Please, I can't take this to my ego. I already don't have enough of one. Hello, Micah, how's it go? Oh, I'm just fucking dead. I was a bit cunty. See, this is what I mean. The fucking +2, +1, it doesn't mean anything. Because I had like +2, +2. Oh my god, everyone's got something to say.
允了，好好侍奉皇帝吧，不用谢恩了。
还没入职，就想着跳槽了。
吴姐姐，希儿还一直在等你回宫呢。
Yu's always got something fucking to say. Go away. Alright, we do gotta be like, yeah, okay, I'll be your fucking little bitch.
皇后，
Fortitude.
皇后折煞明空了。既然皇后看中你，你又何必妄自菲薄？谢皇后，皇后是明空的再造恩人，日后明空定为皇后肝脑涂地，任凭差遣。
往后再无明空，你可以做回你的武媚娘了。你本该在感业寺安度余生，此事若传出去，终究对你不利。你知道该如何做。
皇后想隐瞒此事，包括对陛下。看来她在借我暗中布局。媚娘知道。
从今日起，你便静待本宫接你回宫。
是。
Let's fucking go. Claim your identity. Okay, get it claimed.
我心里清楚，皇后要的不过是一个能分走萧淑妃恩宠的卑微棋子。
I feel like we're actively playing one of those mobile games now, where it's like, I was born a lonely nun, and I rose to be fucking 7th consort of the emperor or whatever.
给了你贴身婢女的身份，带你回宫，这份恩情你可要牢牢记住。媚娘日后定会为皇后效犬马之劳。
Hello. How much power do you have in Rise of Kingdoms? I had too much power that it actually became like, you know, it turns when the number gets too big and it goes negative. That's me. Oh shit! Oh, we got a lot of steps. That's a lot of steps. I want it all.
无论是权力，还是理智的心，我都要。
永徽2年下，你终于重回皇宫。
So is this like a set, do you think, or did they actually like rent out somewhere? It's gotta be like a set, right? It looks too clean. Bada bing, bada boom. Oh, what are these numbers? Resilience, strategy, ambition, decisiveness, prestige. This is 2. Don't fucking clock me like that. What the fuck? You don't need to. It knows. It knows I held a poll. Holy shit. Okay, allies. We got Li Ji and Ji Zhen. These are from the last game. Enemies, Li Zhu is from the last game, and these guys are all fucking neutral. Yeah, I'm back. Let's go. Cool. Sick. Alright. Let's go. 2 out of 500 is diabolical, by the way. Alright, let's go see these scenes. God, this place is fucking gorgeous, by the way.
萧淑妃使尽浑身解数讨好陛下，让陛下立他的儿子。
It tracks the time it takes you to pick. That would be diabolical.
钟儿是本宫的孩子，有本宫在，有长孙太尉在，太子自然只会是钟儿。
能得皇后眷顾，是钟儿的福气。
不日便是先帝忌辰，陛下要亲往感业寺。陛下真的打算将那人从感业寺接回宫吗？
是。
臣从前不解，如今冷眼看着他一路走来，或许他的确是个值得令陛下真心相待的人，但陛下如此不合礼法，如今物是人非。
This is not the same guy. Is this the same actor from last time for the guard guy for this? Because I feel like he looks a lot younger.
还是没有收到明空的回信。
明空，可笑朕身为一国之君，却连一个名字都无法还给他。
陛下，他不回信，或许是只想安心在寺中为先帝祈福，安度余生。
陛下，吾事乃先帝嫔妃，陛下应当避嫌。况且陛下登基不久，根基未稳，王皇后有长孙太尉等一众老。
It asks me to fill in. Oh, that's you, Winter.
错漏，定会大做文章。
What the fuck? You doxing yourself now?
性命之余，孰轻孰重，还望陛下三思啊。
It's crazy. This guy is like the emperor and whatnot, but it's like, oh no, you don't get to do what you want.
前来请陛下用膳，陛下是去。
萧淑妃，
奴婢遵旨。
Wait, so is he banging the other ladies then while we're fucking nunning it out?
为我订婚约。
中书舍人刘向有一个外甥女，才貌双全，靖王可曾听说过？
舅父的意思是。
She Liu？
她是太原王室之后，与长孙一族世代联姻。若是靖王能与其结秦晋之好，定能笼络更多的朝臣。如此，老臣会不遗余力地助靖王夺得储君之位。
The Emperor was a fucking crafty piece of shit. Alright, let's go!
Lan汤已备好。
I'm gonna try to eat my snacks when we're getting a bath soon.
你怎么伺候主子的？还不赶快再去打一桶热水来！还有，去上宫局取皇后最爱的桂花香露来。
Osmanthus mentioned! We're actually making soup.
"对了，萧淑妃要的芋泥伞，你们千别……谁呀？不长眼睛了吗？
奴婢是新来的，还请姐姐不要怪罪。
新来的，你好像陛下画像上的人。主子，主子，
painting.
主子，奴婢刚刚碰到一个侍女，她长得好像才真的是陛下画像上的那个人。
陛下，舒儿来了。
主子
Oh damn, that's
这是陛下
good.
新做的画，这世上竟有这样的美人。
陛下画的，只可能是本宫胡言乱语。你如今是越来越不懂规矩，竟然敢拿一个下贱的婢女和陛下画的画像相比。
水婢知错了。
陛下画的，只可能是本宫。
自我被皇后接回宫，
She's hilarious, I see.
长期饮食起居，此番2度入宫太过不易，就算起点再低，我也会抓住一切机会扶摇直上。
Yeah.
但如今最重要的是先得到皇后信任，在宫中立足。
Wait, why does it look like we're fucking back at the beginning of the steps?
万不可耽搁。
What if we wait? That's really fucked up. Oh, maybe it is depending on how long I wait.
这可是皇后的衣
Would you rather be a maid or a nun? Depends on the situation in the palace. The nuns look like they have it pretty decent, honestly.
姨母，姨母，
That's where Aunt is.
昭儿，姨母以为再也见不着你了。主子，
他怎么能这么欺负你呢？
别担心。
I guess she didn't bang the emperor.
姨母，
Although, wait, no, technically she did, because she's not her, you know what I mean?
他说你回来了，
Because she's mimicking
你这手
the aunt, right?
没事。跪下，张嘴。
怎么还需要我来帮你吗？这是太妃的命令。
You need my help! The fucking pure sass.
住手！
You're saying a lot of things right now.
既然是太妃要你跪，
Well, look,
那你就跪着。
what I'm saying is our aunt, remember, there were twins. We technically had 2 aunts. And the good aunt replaced the bad aunt. So immediately, at first I was like, oh, maybe she didn't bang the emperor, so she didn't have to die with the emperor, because it's what Sparkle was saying earlier. But actually, technically, she probably did, because she's not her. She's playing a Samantha's soup aunt, if that makes sense.
媚娘见过皇后，
起来吧。见过太妃，不知何事引太妃动怒。
今日之事，赵儿无故受人欺凌，是刁奴刻薄，还是皇后有意刁难？
媚娘，你说呢？
Oh, but I like our aunt.
我相信玲珑姐姐不是故意的。
下人之间有些口角，再正常不过了，总好过再感一丝孤苦。天色也不早了，热了夜便要起风了。太妃年事已高，可不要着凉了。莫影送太妃回熏风殿。
Did she just fucking call her old?
太妃，请。
皇后，你。
姨母，皇后此举是想要我清楚，宫中变了天地。若想立足，唯有效忠皇后这一条路。
有事就去找姨母。
嗯，姨母，昭儿很快就来看你。
太妃，请。
All right, bitch, calm down.
此时，姨母与我越少瓜葛，对她和蕊儿越有利。
媚娘，这些活儿是不是太重了些？
No, 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 no.
媚娘这条命是皇后的，媚娘为皇后当牛做马都愿意。
行了，起来吧。这些日子你辛苦了，继续去忙吧。
是。
We gotta be a little bitch. We gotta, you know, brown nose a little bit. Just, you know, we need to get somewhere, you know.
视线之外，暗中所布的究竟是何局？无论如何
What is the fucking
已经
point?
入局的我，
What is the
我只能义
point?
无反顾走下去。
What are you holding? Soup.
皇后，你回来了，让那武士做本宫的婢女，还多亏了你的谏言。本宫原本还在犹豫，该给她一个怎样的妃嫔位分。这宫女的身份，就恰到好处。
谢皇后夸奖，这样既能牢牢掌控她，又能试探她。
你呀，不愧是婢女出身。
This man does bad the water.
皇后不担心陛下知晓你接武士回宫？
这后宫看似是陛下的后宫，亦是本宫掌管的后宫，本宫自有办法。
皇后打算何时让武士见到陛下？
在他能发挥最大作用之时。
Bro's got homework, you know.
“陛下，你忙于政事，已经半日未曾用膳了。这是上食局专为陛下准备的芙蓉鸡汤，陛下趁热喝了吧。”
不急。 让户部尚书来见朕。齐州水灾瘟疫四溢，家波赈灾粮饷的事。
He means fucking business, bitch.
是。
怎么？
之前陛下要拨款赈灾的旨意被门下省驳还了。
什么？
长孙太尉联合众老臣反对。
即刻召集3省官员前来议政。
是。
国库中的钱财若不能救助圣朝的子民，那要这国库又有何用？
此次瘟疫蔓延极广，即便掏空国库赈灾，也是杯水车薪。
国库财富本是取之于民，今日百姓有难，岂可坐视不理？
人各有命，健壮之人无需救治也能痊愈，体弱之人为之猛。
What in the corruption is going on right now?
天命。 臣附议长孙太尉，
请陛下收回臣命。
That's crazy.
长孙太尉是3朝元老，总摄3省。
Where's Jen?
李治登基未久
What's he up
年
to?
仅23岁的他，继续倚仗长孙太尉，亦又被那相权深深束缚。李治与你，都在这命运的棋局中，为各自的前路谋划着破局之道。 什么？陛下今日早朝又提了要立萧淑妃之子为雍王之事。
前朝刚传回的消息千真万确，陛下此次态度坚决。主子，此事可要设法与长孙太尉商议，劝陛下收回成命。
陛下是想借萧淑妃之事来和长孙太尉博弈。
主子，封雍王的诏书若真的下了，此事便再无回转的可能。
此事虽出在朝堂，但
Oh, so he's not allowed to be in the palace. Wait, so we're not gonna get to see Jen? Oh, that's kind of sad.
回宫也有段时日。
I have a feeling that we're gonna end up with the Emperor, of course, because, you know, the title of the game and all that is pretty on the nose, but be nice if there was an ending with Jen.
退下吧。是。
妾知道陛下这几日操劳，为陛下熬了一碗参汤，特此带来。
有劳皇后了。
Is all this guy eat soup?
有意将淑妃之子素洁封为雍王。素洁尚年幼，且非嫡子。现在朝中竟有传言说，陛下
有意将他列为太子，可见雍王位分过重，如此安排，只怕会引得朝臣侧目。
把参汤端上来吧。
Oh shit! We're gonna bring the soup? Oh fuck. Hi, Bo.
赵儿，
妾近日去感业寺礼佛，遇见了先帝才人媚娘，与她一见如故，这才费尽心思将她接回宫。听闻陛下也原有此意，媚娘还不快拜见陛下？
媚娘，拜见陛下。
这侍女的身份虽然是委屈了媚娘，可这也是唯一能将她接回宫中的办法了。毕竟她的身份是先帝的嫔妃，但只要是为陛下好的，妾做什么都愿意。
皇后为朕，还真是殚精竭虑。
这素洁之事，陛下还请三思啊。
皇后原来是想将我当作筹码，请陛下收回他雍王的长命。
朕会考虑。
陛下圣明，切不打扰陛下用膳，妾告退。媚娘，随我回吧。
是。
哟，看你这卖力的样子，当真是把我们这立正殿其他奴婢都比下去了呢。我是来提醒你，皇后此番接你回宫，与你生同再造。
What the fuck is your problem？
生出半点别的心思，自然不配留在宫中。
多谢教诲。
Oh, it's thundering.
习心为我打探的，陛下今晚会经过这里，我要在此等他。
What a coinky dink! What a fucking coinky dink!
赵儿，你是何时回的宫啊？
陛下，
我知道，是皇后要挟你，你才会为她所用。你受委屈了。你有什么想要我做的吗？
Let me gain status by bearing your child. That is absolutely not the right answer, but I want to see where the fuck that leads. Because can you imagine the look on this guy's face? What the fuck? You know what? Why the fuck not? Let's pick it for the memes.
侍女的身份受重重宫规束缚，都不能在想见陛下的时候名正言顺的去见陛下。
赵儿放心，我会尽快扫清一切障碍。
Oh, someone's watching.
明日我就将你先从皇后处调出。
赵儿多谢陛下，但赵儿更想尽快母凭子贵。今晚，
主子，奴婢看到的就是这样。这才回宫几天，便藏不住自己的狐狸尾巴了。看来这武媚娘野心不小啊。
毕竟是做过先帝才人的，如今沦为了婢女，想必是觉得委屈。看来本宫得替她断了这个念想。莫影，你知道该怎么做了吗？
是。
Jesus Christ! Holy shit. That's crazy.
怎
Wow.
么办呢？生出不该有的心思，自然该死。
Why is this guy so cunty? Alright, yeah, figured that wasn't gonna be the right answer.
不是说好要做我一辈子的侍女吗？
Yeah, go away. What do you want? I mean, you should see the Empress more.
陛下，昭儿想说，王皇后为了昭儿入宫出了不少力，陛下要是能多去陪陪皇后，她肯定会很高兴的。
可我只想和你在一起。
皇后毕竟对昭儿有恩，陛下不应冷落皇后太久。
这是皇后让你这么说的吗？
Someone's watching.
这是昭儿的真心话。皇后身为后宫之主，不该被冷落，陛下该多陪陪皇后。
I can't because someone is watching. I need to be like. I need to tell. Someone is literally. See, she's fucking there. Beady eyes, you know.
皇后贤良淑德，陛下本意。
我答应你，我会多去陪皇后的。
陛下圣明。
你就没有别的话要和我说吗？
陛下，
我还要奏折要批，先走了。
为得到
Can I have a couple of William money,
将
please?
推向皇后，也伤了理智的心。这便是我回宫的代价。 但我要的不是帝王一时的宠爱和庇护，而是更长远的未来。
主子，陛下明日会前来一起用膳。
看来这武媚娘还算是懂得知恩图报。
之前陛下从不来皇后宫里，今日为何竟主动来了？
What coke is the queen cutting? Ooh. Finally, we're not eating soup.
陛下驾到！
Here comes the boy. Hello, boy.
见过陛下，
见过陛下。
今日妾特地为陛下准备的这些菜，都是陛下爱吃的。
We gotta wait for the Empress's instructions.
媚娘，还不赶快为陛下布膳？
这里无需你伺候，你下去吧。
是。
Oh, was that like a time lapse?
主子就是主子，奴婢就是奴婢。赶紧的。
Why is this bitch talking to me as if she isn't some fuck ass maid? Lower your fucking tone.
朕自己来。
皇后。
哦。
去把床铺了。
是。
妾近日听闻，朝堂之上因赈灾之事，陛下和长孙太尉颇有争执。妾愿为陛下向舅父柳相进言，让舅父助陛下推动门下省的审议。
Are they about to hanky panky with me in the room?
他真是有心。
I don't want that.
给陛下节律。
是。
不必你在此伺候，下去吧。
好了，媚娘，先下去。
是。
Thank God for that. Hello, Art. How's it going?
吩咐下去，改封萧淑妃之子素洁
Thanks for self-care
为
check.
巡王。
是，陛下放弃封素洁殿下为雍王，是为了武元昭吗？可属下觉得，他或许对陛下难有真心。
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up, Winter.
属下失言了。
派人暗中保护赵儿周全。
是。
I'm okay.
主子不好了，主子不好了！
什么事儿？大惊小怪。
陛下刚才下旨，封素洁殿下为巡王。
Should have accepted my help, bitch. Shouldn't have been a bitch. Shouldn't have been a bitchy bitch.
怎么突然改了旨意？给本宫去好好的查，究竟是谁在从中作梗。
For a moment, I forgot I said I was him. Damn, what I do? I can't believe you forgot your own.
今日真是赏心。
Your own bet.
精心操持的赏花盛宴，只是眼前这般景象，我竟有一阵恍惚。宫中上一次赏花宴，仿佛还是昨日。如今
Oh shit! This is when we got our aunt killed.
我需要重新建立自己的人脉。
皇后今日在此设赏花宴，具各色珍奇名花在此，实在令我等一饱眼福呀。
是啊，往后各位夫人可以常来宫中陪陪本宫。朝堂之事，还辛苦长孙太尉和储相多多帮扶陛下。
能辅佐新帝，是为人臣之幸啊。对呀，是。
Her clothes are so pretty.
母妃，这些花都好漂亮啊！母妃，你怎么不理我呀？
母妃，我觉得这些花都不如母妃最爱的萱草花。
皇后贤德端肃，仪态万
皇后如今已经将你收养为了嫡子，你我之间要懂得避嫌。快去那边，快去啊！
母后选的花，个个皆非凡品。
好孩子，快来和母后一起赏花吧。
嗯，
母妃，我想找钟哥哥玩。钟哥哥，哎，钟哥哥，我们一起去玩吧。
去吧。
钟哥哥，陪我放纸鸢吧。
好啊。
皇后身边这位侍女，
If anything happens to that little kid, I'm gonna fucking riot.
得了此等佳人为侍女啊！淑妃难道不清楚她的来历吗？
Well, well, well. I don't know what to think. She sent someone after me. She sent fucking Li Ji after me. Li Ji. Oh my god, I'm so fucking horrible with these names. I do apologize. She broke my heart. I tried everything to save her bow. I really did. I got an achievement for it on Steam, and she still fucking threw me out to the wolves. Each head consort queen, if they're made or people in the clan birth the son, the head consort queen can make their son their adopted son. Oh, I see. So it's not like a secret thing, it's just a thing that actually happens. Do I say hello, or do I just... I need to be quiet, I'm a maid. I have to be quiet, I'm just a maid. You fucking threw me out to the wolves, bitch. After all I did for you.
才人，没想到你竟然回来了。他曾经侍奉先帝，多亏皇兄仁厚，允他从感业寺被接回来。你们说，这样的病是不是来头有点不可小觑？感业寺，那他岂不是先帝的人？皇后真是大度，这样的人都能留在身边。
也是啊。 这世上有像徐慧、徐昭容般为先帝殉情的高洁之人，也便有如此长袖善舞之人。这种女人可真是不知廉耻。就是说呢，不过
We gotta smile through it.
来日必会让你们心甘情愿的跪在他。
Fuck yeah, pop off, queen.
起风了，去立正殿为本宫把披风取来吧。是。
Smile. This is not smiling.
方才众人如此嘲讽他，他却能淡然一笑。他的心思很深，看来他之前的卑微怯懦都是装的。
本宫当初选择接他回宫，看重的就是他听话。看来是本宫看错人。
Fuck! I fucked up! I fucked up! I fucked up! Oh shit! I fucked up! Oh right, fuck.
我是不是中毒了？
Balls. Good night forever. Some of these deaths, they made them so much more elaborate.
怎么办呢？既然这么爱笑，那就一直笑下去吧。
Shut your bitch ass up. Honest to fucking God. What do you guys want to say?
皇后说爱笑的姑娘运气都不会太差，果然是。
吴姐姐，什么事情这么好笑？倒是与我说说呀。
You fucking shut the fuck up, Luigi.
本宫专为你调配的香。
God, I'm gonna make them all eat dirt. I'm gonna make them all eat dirt. They're gonna eat so much fucking dirt. Alright, I gotta be timid. I forget. I gotta fucking...
好了，都去赏花吧。是。起风了，去立正殿为本宫把披风取来。
我知道，这是皇后在让我忍耐。是。而我的眼泪，本就是留给皇后看的。先帝才人，感业寺女尼，这些身份都注定了我往后的路，必将伴随着无数的非议。
I can do that too. I can fake cry.
便绝不会。
You ready? Look, I can just click this and I'm like... But actually, I'm not crying at all. I'm just chilling, you know?
害得我们好等。
Just here. Just
我
chilling.
与二位素不相识，武才人侍奉过2代君主，想必是最会侍奉人的。既然如此，便也侍奉我吧。我的鞋子不小心踩了泥，便劳烦武才人帮我擦一擦吧。我是皇后身边的侍女，除了皇后，我不用听任何人差遣。站住！不过是个贱婢，还敢在此借着皇后耍威风？我们可是刘上宫最信任的大宫女，品阶比你高。你还有脸说皇后？
皇后说爱笑的姑娘运气都不会太差，果然是。
果然是。
吴姐姐，什么事情这么好笑？倒是与我说说呀。
我让你擦，你就必须给我擦。
Fuck you, bitch.
恕不奉陪。
擦鞋都不会，你们好生教教他。
What the
这
fuck?
人是你安排的？是我呀。如今我有高阳长公主撑腰，你死了可以让高阳长公主满意，我又何乐而不为呢？
若等我死的那天，你的利用价值还会存在吗？
你死了，我也算是给我的父亲当年所蒙受的冤屈一个最好的交代。把他给我扔进水里！
放开我！放开我！放开我！放开我！放开！放开我！放开我！放开我！放开我！
长公主，这武元昭方才在赏花宴上被当众羞辱，若是此刻羞愤不已、投湖自尽，也是理所应当的。
What is your fucking problem? Oh, that didn't hit. I saw that.
长公主，我做错了什么？
我还未折磨够他，你竟敢自作聪明让他死，对他，本公主自有安排。
长公主恕罪，希儿知错了，息怒，长公主息怒。
来人，把他们拖下去。 逐出宫。
长公主，希儿知错了。
Oh shit! Is this the last we're gonna see of Lu Ji? They picked the bad option.
今日辩机击沉，此时落下庭，祭奠辩机之事严明，月后即分。辩机是高阳。
I tried so hard to save him. I gotta burn the note. Is this gonna come back to bite me in the ass? And be like, oh, you have no reason why you should be here? Have I just burned evidence? I probably just burned some evidence, haven't I? Ah, fuck. Remember the details? Fuck! I was not paying attention to the details. That's not Gao Yang.
我姐姐，我恭候多时了。是你？媚娘不打扰淑妃赏月，先告退了。哎，别走！今日就是我约你出来的。淑妃借高阳之名约我前来，所谓何事？姐姐在皇后处受委屈了，我可不像皇后那样不能容忍。待皇后被废，我愿为姐姐开口，让陛下封姐姐为美人，姐姐便再不用做皇后身边低眉顺眼的侍女了。萧淑妃今日言行不合常理，远处似乎有步摇碰撞声，难道有人在偷听？我该怎么做？
Oh, please, please. I really, really want to. I really, really want to. I shouldn't. It's just gonna get me.
我媚娘她竟然敢！
主子，你
I'm so
这一
fucked.
巴掌，我是替皇后打的。淑妃以高阳长公主的名义约我前来，竟然想借奴婢谋害皇后。萧淑妃，我要你记住，我这辈子都会忠心于皇后的。皇后母仪天下，是最尊贵的女人，你连皇后的一根手指头都比不上，你算什么东西？萧淑妃金尊玉贵，何曾受过这样的屈辱？她失控是必然的，但我要的就是她失控。皇后深夜纵容侍女重伤我，我相信陛下定会给我一个交代的。来月，押走。
I'm so dead.
主子，这个武媚娘还挺忠心的。看来莫影发现他们私剑，是武媚娘被设局了。
本宫算是没白疼的。
那我们要一同前去，面见陛下吗？
不，让他俩斗个你死我活，这正是本宫将他接回宫的目的。
Ah, fuck.
陛下，萧淑妃求见。
让她进来。
是。
陛下，你一定要为舒儿做主啊！舒儿方才正在赏月，谁料有一个侍女预谋害我，突然冲上来打了舒儿一巴掌。
谁会如此不顾宫规？
水碧，快把人押上来。
I need the letter.
放开他。
I need the letter. I need the letter, please. Oh, I need to go back to the letter.
拜见陛下。
拜见陛下。
怎么回事？
陛下，
朕没有问你。你说。
回陛下，萧淑妃用自调以高阳之名将我骗到落霞亭，还对皇后出言不逊。
胡说！
I can't. I need to. Can I just go back? I need to go back. I'm not sitting through this. I know it's a fucking. It's a dead end. I'll pick the same stuff as before, but fucking, it's a dead end. Can I? There we go. Keep the note. It's not Chili Gallia. How does she know about Bianji though? All right, we can skip this. I'm gonna slap her again. Oh, we get to watch it.
娘她竟然敢！主子，
你敢打本宫？这一巴掌，我是替皇后打的。淑妃以高阳长公主的名义约我前来，竟然想借奴婢谋害皇后。萧淑妃，我要你记住，我这辈子都会忠心于皇后的。皇后母仪天下，是最尊贵的女人，你连皇后的一根手指头都比不上，你算什么东西？萧淑妃金尊玉贵。 何曾受过这样的屈辱？她失控是必然的，但我要的就是她失控。皇后深夜纵容侍女重伤我，我相信陛下定会给我一个交代。
I don't get to skip this part.
来月
Is there something different then? Oh wait, it's 2 minutes. This is including the stuff with the prince.
看来莫影发现他们私剑，是武媚娘被设局了。
本宫算是没白疼的。
那我们要一同前去。 面见陛下吗？
不，让他俩斗个你死我活，这正是本宫将他接回宫的目的。
陛下，萧淑妃求见。
让她进来。
是。
陛下，你一定要为舒儿做主啊！舒儿方才正在赏月，谁料有一个侍女预谋害我，突然冲上来打了舒儿一巴掌。
谁会如此不顾宫规？
This was the old emperor, I'd just instantly be dead, by the way. He'd be like, fucking kill this bitch.
放开他。
拜见陛下。
拜见陛下。
怎么回事？
陛下，
朕没有问你。你说。
回陛下。 萧淑妃用自调以高阳之名将我骗到落霞亭，
I got proof now.
还对皇后出言不逊。
胡说！武媚娘空口无凭，字条呢
？There's the note.
今日子时，落霞亭相见。
Didn't she see as a painting of her? Well, yeah, she did, but she's like wanting to get rid of her.
看来此事你早有图谋，陛下。 舒儿在萧家时，可从未受过这样的委屈。她武媚娘只是一个侍女，竟敢如此以下犯上，却又能准备周密，难道是受了她的主子？
Wait, that's fucked.
萧淑妃此举，看似是为了暗算皇后，但同时亦是想引皇后对我下杀手。我不能让她得逞。淑妃身边仆从无数，怎会坐视你被我一个小小奴婢打？皇后。 又怎会授意奴婢去做此等荒唐之事？还请陛下明鉴。
你不必再为皇后遮掩，此事你担当不起。
淑妃，这件事还不明了吗？朕从未听闻你喜好赏月，现在已过子时，
为何专程跨越半个太极宫，到落霞亭赏月？
Yeah, let's
你方才说武媚娘
go.
欲谋害你，她又是如何未卜先知，正巧与你在落霞亭相见的？
陛下，说。
你若不认，朕可让凌霄传高阳前来对质，看看朕是否冤枉了你。
今日之事，师叔儿和五姐姐开了个小玩笑，还望姐姐不要介意。
回书景殿，禁足反省1月。
是。
Wait, so her rage is like 108. The Ola tone, yeah.
陛下今日如此
Girl, he's not gonna pick you.
以萧淑妃的性子，兰陵萧氏一族恐怕……
我知道，下去吧。
It's okay. I slapped her. Technically twice.
奴婢也先行告退了。
我可没让你走。
陛下，还有何吩咐？
你这么多天没有见到我，就没有什么话想和我说吗？
I feel like we're already playing a little bit too hard to get. But I don't want to be easy, you know? I'm like, what do you even do in these situations? Guys, I'm not a flirter. I'm not someone that flirts. I mean, I guess, you know, I can unironically kind of throw in some Riz lines, but I'm not a legitimate flirter. I don't know what I should be. There's no option for medium time! There's only 2 options! There's go hard or go home! Do you need instant favor right now? I don't think so, but we have left them on red, you know what I mean? I probably do need some favor to fucking deal with 108 rage over there. I do need something to deal with 108 rage, but I think Empress will protect me, no? Just keep him waiting, we're gonna play it hard to get. Maybe like flips hair. We can do that then. Strategy. Strategy's always good.
那你回去吧。
Maybe there was someone watching. There's always someone fucking watching. Your Majesty, you're gonna get me waist chopped. Please, we can't be doing this. God, Jesus Christ. I'm so fucking dead if someone is watching. You had your eyes wide open. Why were they open? Okay. Bear in mind, I'm pretty sure the night before he was doing the do with my boss, so, you know. But that's just this period of China things, isn't it, really?
不要再把我推开，或将我赶走，好不好？朕想同行的人，只有你。
20 Imperial Guards coming and cut you to ribbons? No, I told you, I'm gonna get waist chopped.
这些日子，我都在懊悔自己。 我明明很懂你，那天却……
原来陛下
这么在意我。
Are we gonna kiss again? Oh, mwah, mwah. No, oh, it's a little Eskimo, little nose wiggle.
赵儿，你怎么脸红了？
明明陛下脸更红。
That's just the makeup.
所以
For the both of
你
us.
喜欢吗？
What exactly? No one's watching, right? No one. This is difficult. This is honestly difficult. Like, genuinely, I'm not sure what the play is. Like, really. Because we were supposed to be playing hard to get, but look at him. He's like a little puppy. He's so happy. His nose is snatched. Holy shit. Guys, are we still playing hard to get? Medium to get. I feel like this is probably the worst option. Fuck it, full send it.
我喜欢我的陛下。
+5! Let's oh no. We're gonna get seen. We're gonna get seen and my waist is gonna get chopped. Oh, I'm so fucked. In both ways, apparently. I see. Close your eyes. We don't have to see this. I don't know what to do when intimate scenes come on. It's almost as awkward as watching it with your parents, watching it with your streamer. Is this TOS friendly? They're just kissing. They're just friends, you know? They're just kissing as friends. Shoutcast? I am not shoutcasting this! What the fuck is wrong with you? I don't know what's going on. I'm pure.
不知道在你心中，我是不是一个可有可无之人？我明明很善隐藏，可对你，我却什么都藏不。
Poggers, he's in! That's diabolical. I am not play-by-playing the raunchy scene. Is this the right option then? Or are you making me sit through this and I have to go back and be like, haha, remain silent? I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere for now. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't really paying attention to what he was saying. The illusion of free choice. What is this? I'm not going anywhere for now. Ambition. I'm ambitious. There's probably a lot more than ambition going on here, but you know, we don't have to. Are you wearing your shoes on the bed? Does this guy still have his shoes on? Do we both have our shoes on? Hang on a second. Shoes on at all times. Hello, Pineapple. How's it going? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, His Majesty is a little busy. His Majesty's a little busy! She really is a fucking pick-me, huh?
真是稀罕，这武士在陛下心中的位置，远远胜过萧淑妃。
Fucking pick-me, damn.
本宫是该好好
Dragon secured.
如何将它物尽其用。
I'm still really fucking bothered by the shoes on the bed.
主子，已经3更天了，陛下应该不会来哄我。我不信陛下不来。陛下
His Majesty wants you to kill yourself.
说继续容他，待他将来生下皇嗣，母凭子贵，将成为比皇后难产100倍之人。武媚娘，本宫绝不容你在这世上多活1刻了。
No, am I about to get laughing gassed again? Oh no, I'm just... The night after. I stayed all night apparently.
昭儿，我想封你为昭仪，可好？
若贸然进封，皇后必视我为威胁，我不能这么心急。陛下，如今时机未到，此时进封定会引来众人侧目。
可朕可能需要离开一阵子了，朕担心宫中无人护着你。朕会加封你的姨母为越国太妃。
谢陛下。对了，陛下要去哪儿？
齐州等地时疫肆虐，朕要亲赴齐州，安抚民心。
We got a new title.
择选真正为百姓担负节律的好官，将其提拔。
I can summarize this game in terms of a league game. I think most games can be like that.
陛下谋算深远，如今的朝堂上
He's finished his gank, he's going back to jungle.
的确需要更多新人出现，此行一定能改变当今朝局形势。
Came in, smited my cannon minion and left. What a fucking asshole.
理智对我的芥蒂，这萧淑妃急不可耐的设局，却阴差阳错为我达成了目的。在理智离宫的这段时间，于我而言最重要的，该筹谋布局，让我在宫中的根基更稳固。
Wait, so that was the right option?
俸禄提升了许多。
The correct option was to get that id.
才能让其发挥最有力的作用。
Oh, this is a pivotal choice. This is one we have to, like, commit to. Now, obviously, the nicer option would be to give it to the lowly chamberlains, but they don't have any power. But fucking Liu? Wait, isn't Liu banished? Is this a different one? I thought she was banished. Am I... Or is... Wait, what? Is this someone else? Have I mixed two people up? The crow's scheming already? Always stay scheming. We need to make it to the top. Everyone else is scheming, why can't I? I'm just gonna give it to the Chamberlains. Oh, this is probably the wrong option. We got... Oh!
真好，我姥姥冬天总舍不得烧炭，这下一整个冬天都能给她屋里烘得暖暖的啦。
Yeah, we're gonna bop 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 to the top, slip inside and ride the rhythm.
总算能宽宽些。
Not a High School Musical.
够娘亲用上大半年的好药了。
Prestige. Okay, sick.
都是你的锦囊妙计，害得主子被陛下责罚禁足1个月。主子何曾受过这般奇耻大辱？亏得
Oh, here she is.
没用的东西。是啊，
此人在先帝朝时就是武媚娘的手下败将，如今又哪会是她的对手？将他杖刑50，逐出宫去。是。不，来人呐！不。
Oh, she's getting expelled.
月里，希儿想到了一计，这一次绝不会失手，一定会要了武媚娘的命。
Oh fuck. Winter solstice.
娇儿上了，冬至来，娇儿香，福寿延绵如一长。主子，太妃，快尝尝。
蕊儿，你也来坐。
I'm glad that these guys are all right.
别拘着了，坐吧。 自姨母被封为越国太妃。
I'm glad Rhea is here.
快吃啊！我有姨母的庇护，蕊儿的陪伴。
She get rid of the mole? Is she not faking the mole anymore?
姨母，快吃啊！好好好，晚上有烟火会，替姨母看看。今日元宵，宫中有热闹的烟火会。当一个个烟火绽放，宫中众人的脸上似乎也都添了暖意。
我们素姐想吃哪一个呀？
我想吃这个。
那你回答母妃，是母妃美，还是武媚娘美？
武媚娘。
别吃。
What the fuck?
实在对不住了，姐姐。
没事，你快收拾吧。
谢姐姐。
Are they poisoned?
竟敢穿着脏污的衣裳，也不怕冲撞了主子们。我看你是当惯了主子，还没学会如何伺候人啊。
你小心点。怎么那么不小心啊？
皇后。
快回去换身衣裳吧，烟花的重头戏还在后头，你速去速回。
She doesn't know that I boned her husband. You know, I will admit, like, okay. Holy shit, 3 minutes left on this. Oh. Well, ignoring whatever the fuck is about to happen, I wanted to say, I'm gonna admit, it's nice being loyal to someone and them not just immediately throwing us to the dirt and giving us soup 24/7 like our fucking old aunt did. It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. Anyway, what the fuck am I about to witness here? Oh, the Chamberlain noticed.
元宵之时，宫中会有烟花盛会，就算有没入冰湖的惨叫声，也会被烟花之声覆盖。到那时，淑妃所厌恶之人便会消失得无声无息，彻彻底底。
This is a very long. Size those eyelashes.
主子怎么去了这么久还没回来？主子你在哪
儿？
主子，蕊儿姐姐，哎，你看见我家主子了吗？他被大雨拖走了，那个方向。你赶快。
Yeah, let's go.
主子，救命！主子，救命！
Okay, this is low-key kind of pathetic though, no? I can't fucking swim. I mean, let's not talk about the fact that I can't actually swim, but you know what I mean. They really managed to make this look very dramatic, eh? Oh, we haven't had a quick time event in a while. Help, I'm floating! What is the oh, the hair changed. Now, why are we swimming there instead of to the banking that you just came from? I need to know what makeup they're using. I... I mean, it was stupid to swim over to this way.
对不起，蕊儿没法陪主子走下去了。
No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Bianji was pretty sad, but I got over it. You're not telling me there's a way to kill Rare. Please, not Rue. Please! No! In my throat.
替主子杀身卖命，那是一流的婢女。像我呢，这种三流的婢女，只要自己开心就好了呀。但很多事情都想不通，别着急，过段时间再想。你就想不起来了。哎，别打，别打主子，打我，我皮厚。你刚刚真的怕被打吗？宫上不是正好可以躺着吗？主子，保重。
No!
蕊儿，那是谁啊？
五姑娘，高阳长公主命所有御医全力救治你和蕊儿，但蕊儿为了救你，寒水侵入肺腑，回天无力。女人不再人世。
不过是一个婢女罢了。往后，本宫赏几个伶俐的陪你。你后颈有被人击打的痕迹，本宫已经命人彻查此事，一定会找到谋害你的。
Rewind! Rewind! Rewind!
换身衣裳。
救命！救命
！I need to finish watching this because I probably won't be able to skip it in the future.
但此前萧淑妃因五姑娘被禁足，恐怕生了恨意。奴婢认为，定然是萧淑妃所为。
若真是萧淑妃，本宫定然不会放过她。
Yeah, we're gonna fucking stir some shit.
请皇后为媚娘做主。
本宫身为后宫之主。自然不能姑息这等卑劣之事。待时机成熟，你配合本宫写下证词，揭露萧淑妃的罪行。
是，皇后。
You secretly requested a meeting with Consort Xiao and revealed everything to her. Yet the moment you left, she used palace gossip to casually inform the Empress of your secret visit. This bitch! Watching the Empress undermine her own allies was far more appealing than clashing with her directly. God fucking damn it. That pillow looks comfy as shit. Why is everyone getting all this fucking poison?
主子，蕊儿只想要你好好活着。
感谢你送上的业绩大礼包一份。今年在皇后。
Fuck you, Mo Ying.
媚娘。
Oh, we saw that.
你借刀，我也借刀。
Zhao is such a piece of shit. Alright, let's see. Wait, so what happens if we do this?
还蛮好看的。媚娘也给你准备了一条，
谢皇后。
Okay.
主子你在哪儿啊？主子，蕊儿姐姐。
So do I just die here?
没有。主子。
So there's literally no point. Okay, right. So, unfortunately, I don't think we can save her. He fucking killed her off.
胡姐姐，来年今日，我会在湖边凭吊你的。
媚娘。
Man, are you fucking kidding me, bro? I think we have to just do this. Turning against her is a bad idea.
请皇后为媚娘做主，查到证据，严惩萧淑妃。
本宫身为后宫之主，自然不能。
Man, are you fucking kidding me?
你配合本宫，写下证词，揭露萧淑妃的罪行。
皇后的大恩大德，媚娘没齿难忘。
行了，快起来吧，你受委屈了。说吧，有何心愿，本宫都满足你。
Let me investigate the case.
求皇后与奴婢彻查此事之权，奴婢想亲手找出凶手罪证。
That's probably not a good idea.
媚娘真是个重情义之人呢。允了，
多谢皇后。
Had poison? Are you fucking kidding me? Fuck off, bro. Fuck you. I guess, I mean, oh yeah, well, I suppose.
萧淑妃的马前卒，求皇后与奴婢调查刘熙，奴婢想亲手为蕊儿报仇。
允了，
多谢皇后。 刘熙，蕊儿的死，我会让你付出比死更可怕。
We're finally gonna kill Lu Ji. Yes, let's go!
刘熙原本想杀的人是我，他错杀了蕊儿，自然会有些许不安。不安，并非良心受到。
We're gonna be a ghost.
而是害怕冤魂索命。那我。 就为他造一个冤魂！为什么要杀我？
死得好惨啊！不是我，不是我害了，不是我害了你，死得好惨啊！
若去自己招了，我便饶你。
别饶我！
Wait, this is kind of really cool.
一起去黄泉，冥顽不灵。在黄泉路上太孤单了，和我这个孤魂野鬼一起下地狱吧！
Uh-oh. stock sound effect.
半鬼从不怕我。
Ah, fuck, she didn't care. Well, that was funny at least.
送上门来。
That was pretty funny. She took her own life.
在阴尸女鬼这个赛道，
You know, I respect it, Luigi, but you're still a bitch. And you still need to die. You're doing so well for a while. Now we're getting all the wrong ones.
或许该用最干脆利落的办法。
圣公，自武元照那日落水之后，日日落泪，郁郁寡欢，当真是痛快。真是可惜了，让他白捡了一条命。
让他生不如死，比要了他的命更让我痛苦。
将刘熙拿下！
你们，我是圣公，你们干什么？放开我！武元照。
Just a casual bit of Tuesday night torture.
谁给你的胆子，敢动上宫？
Slap her! Fuck it.
不敢。今日前来是要还你几样东西。
还东西？
Fucking.
这一掌，还你我从前的幼时情分。
Oh shit!
这一巴掌，还你在高阳长公主仪式上的推波助澜。
你疯了！
这一掌，替蕊儿还你。
These guys do not give a fuck. Holy shit.
传皇后之令，刘熙在宫中行谋害之时，褫夺上宫官职，
Oh, the music.
将他押入掖庭诏狱。蕊儿的死，严审。
武元璋。 走，武元璋！你有本事就杀了我，不然我永远都不会放过你。
刘熙，你我之间的恩怨该了结。
You secretly tasked Xijin to investigate Liu Zhao's father's fall. Though subjected to severe torture in prison, Liu Ji never betrayed any accomplices.
“武元照，你终于来了。我还怕我死之前见不到你呢。”
She way to kill me.
害死了蕊儿，我自要亲手送你们下去给蕊儿磕头谢罪。
你们？哼，只有我一个。知道我为什么不供述其他人？我宁愿自己一个人死，也不会让你好过。我当年费尽心思入宫。 拼尽全力舍弃尊严，做韦贵妃的狗，高阳长公主的狗，萧淑妃的狗，便是为了折磨你这个贱人。当年都是因为你父亲的诬告，才害得我家破人亡，为父亲报仇雪恨，便是我活着唯一的意义。我和你拼了！
Fulfill her wish?
你一直叫嚣着报仇雪恨，一直将被诬告挂在嘴边，那我只能让你看看，什么是真正的诬告，这样才能成全你的信仰啊！
你想干什么？
听说你的族人尚在朝中为官，你如今投靠萧淑妃，我会派习心顺势放出一些你的族人结交兰陵萧氏的流言。
不！
皇后身后是何许人？他们的眼里，从来容不得沙子和跳梁小丑。
Oh, are we being evil?
罪名而已，你的族人做没做过，都可以做过。
贱人，贱人！我要杀了你！
刘熙，看见了吗？这才是诬告，这才是陷害。 我父亲当年没做过的事， 你却让我平白担负了你这么多年的恨意，我自然要名副其实，才对得起你。
你胡说什么？
若非你如此疯癫以致走火入魔，我不会倾尽全力去重查你父亲。所幸，我真的查到了当年的
Oh
真相。
shit.
这些
Might as well be a cunt, yeah.
亲信官员互通有无，结党营私，贪墨赈灾粮饷，官官相护的信件，你好好看看。
Well, they're very neatly written, I think. Again, I wouldn't know, but they look neat.
不是的，我爹他是清官，是好官，他不是这样的，他不是这样的，你说谎！我父亲他明明就是爱护百姓的好官。
你父亲的字迹你是最清楚的，你还敢说这是诬告？
我爹爹他是好官，他不会。
I can't read you, bitch.
我爹爹他是好官，你说谎。
What a pain in the ass.
不过是自欺欺人的假象罢了。
Fucking eyelashes on point, though.
当年，你的父亲仅仅只是贬官，而非被赐死。是我的父亲，顾念旧时情谊，没有深究，而这些被遗漏的证据，原本会被永远埋藏。可如今，我自会将这些证据全部交给朝廷。很快，你的父亲将得到你亲自为他证婚的机会。
Damn, we are being fucking evil. She fucking deserves it, though. We give her plenty of choices and chances to back off, but she never did. Oh no, I said this, but now they've presented me the choice. Fuck. She killed Ruer. But do you think if we spare her, we'll have like a powerful ally? Oh, fuck. Now we're acting emotionally on this. Fucking kill her. Kill this bitch. She got Ruer.
帮你戴上吧，这是我采到最漂亮的花。希儿，你真好，真好看。元照，我要搬家了，不知道什么时候能再见面。希儿，我们一定很快就能再见的。元照，你答应我。
Do you think they pan away from the person speaking because the lip sync isn't right?
100年不许变。元照，下一次再见，我要给你选更好看的花戴上。
这个我替姐姐戴上。
刘希。
Remember, we clocked this bitch's tea day one. We didn't wear it.
你我之间的恩怨，终于彻底了结了。
Bye bye.
“这条路，我兜兜转转，得到又失去。或许我失去的人。”
I'm not gonna forgive them for killing Ruer. I really, really am not. Very confused about Gao Yang too, though. What's your motive? Oh, fucking hell, dude. Hey, our decisiveness went up by a lot. Our ambition's pretty piss poor, though. Oh, jeez. So, allies. We have Jizhen, Li Ji. Why did I feel a trace of joy when I saw her return? Wait, is Gao Yang like neutral? Oh, she is. This is okay. Oh. Why does... So Wang and Liu are enemies? They're not neutral anymore? Oh. Maybe friendship with Gao Yang can be salvaged? I mean, that's up to her.
淑妃，淑妃，陛下真的不在。淑妃要找什么东西，奴婢去通传陛下。淑妃，
主子，我们的人已查清，陛下还是晋王时，武元昭身为先帝进士女官，和陛下多有交集。陛下曾亲手为他画过一把伞，更赠他日月簪。他于陛下而言
This fucking pick me bitch. The contacts, I think she's wearing like fucking contacts, right? They're massive.
是吗？
What are they called? Circle lenses? She'll never be allowed into the king's room, let alone touch his things.
如果武才人想，
Yeah, I don't know. She's got balls.
赵儿，
原来他就是陛下口中的赵儿。
Yeah, no shit, bitch.
皇后
Oh, fucking shit.
已经调查清楚，刘熙因父亲之死深恨武媚娘，费尽心思欲将武媚娘除去。
有意思，设法将刘熙送到淑妃身边，此二人定会不遗余力除去武氏。
是，
派人盯着他们，有任何风吹草动，立刻来报。本宫要知道他们的一切筹谋。
是。
Can't wait until we serve this bitch too.
西心，你设法在贵妃处得到贵妃和李忠的信任。是，主子。有空记得帮我去看看蕊儿的奶奶。好。西心。若有朝一日，你的命和我的命只能择其一，你一定要活下去，这是命令。
西西，遵命。
Wait, doesn't that mean thank you? I'm kind of fluent. I'm not.
真是个疯子，受尽刑罚却不攀咬淑妃。刘熙身为先帝嫔妃，其行不端，
They all got their nails did.
令宫为不宁。本宫怎能容忍此等丑事流传后世？传令下去，将刘熙从一切宫闱忌当中彻底抹去，也算全了皇家体面。
是，妾明白。
The hit list. Nail and eyeliner game and this is goat, yeah.
冬至来，娇耳香，福寿延绵如一长。主子，太妃，
Guys, these bastards.
皇后藏在暗处，推波助澜，坐收渔翁。
Ooh.
他们三人各有所图。
Those dumplings good.
将我的性命当作玩物，更害死了蕊儿。蕊儿，这些人的命， 早晚都会
What do you think they're Ajinomoto brand or lipstick on the food? Alright. What the fuck are we doing now? Is the prince back? Well, not prince.
昼夜兼程回宫，一回宫便径直前来见你，千言万语皆化作你们怀抱的温度。
I look like a really good hug, though.
便赶回两仪殿处理堆积如山的政务。
陛下，
What the fuck are memorials?
宣，
长孙太尉觐见。
参见陛下。陛下，这些日子陛下离京，臣日日惶恐。按我圣朝礼法，
This guy is whispering into the microphone.
中皆该由太子见过。臣恳请陛下早立太子，方可安社稷民心。
哦，那依舅父之见，谁才是最合适的太子人选？
回陛下，李忠贤德仁厚，最像陛下。
太尉如此谏言，究竟是因为李忠贤德，还是因为他是皇后的养子，亦或是他是太尉亲自扶持的皇子？
老臣惶恐。
舅父若没事的话，便退下吧。
Get the fuck out of here, Unc.
令长孙太尉始料未及。
老臣告退。
太尉心中那个曾经听话的外甥，似乎让他开始感到陌生。
Yeah. I miss Jen.
在皇后的有意引导下，你落湖之事的幕后真凶，所有人
Sorry, this person died under our employee, Rip Bozo.
禁足1年，这让皇后十分开怀。
这武媚娘已经失去了作用。既然李素洁的雍王之位没了，萧淑妃也不再专注，不如将武媚娘斩草除根。
你为何如此心急，要除去武媚娘？
多次危局，她皆全身而退。皇后切不可小看了她，妾总觉得那武媚娘总是不像其表面那般懦弱胆小。时日一长，她将来若生下皇子，必会威胁重儿的太子之位。毕竟陛下对她颇为喜爱。
毕竟是宫女出身，惯会在陛下面前做小伏低，摇尾乞怜。不过她就算生了孩子，那也是本宫的孩子。
皇后英明，来，妾再给你按按。
你说的这些，本宫心里都有数。她若生出什么不该有的野心，这样区区一个卑贱的婢女，本宫可以接她回宫，也同样可以送她去见阎王。
你是刚给皇后送羹汤出来吗？
Stepped out of the hall.
媚娘刚从殿内出来，
你进去过了。
媚娘看到皇后和贵妃在议事，便没有打扰。汤羹冷了，我去换一盏吧。
Fuck off, bro.
她听到了不该听的，一旦去向陛下哭诉，
原本还想多留她些时日的。
I'm so dead. What am I getting? +1 poison, +1 poison, or I'm getting knocked in the back of the head? Okay.
怎么办呢？耳朵再灵，也得有命去听。
Why do you always have something to say? Shut up. Be quiet. No one asked. The Empress has 3 skills. Skill 1, Mo Ying kill. Skill 2, Incense kill. Ultimate Chancellor's Hunt, no cooldown. Triggered at her mood. What is this? What the fuck did I just read? Oh my god, maybe this is a MOBA.
好惊喜啊！居然有送人头的。这样的人还不值得本宫用大招。
Wait, so when she doesn't want to bother, she's like, you know what, Mo Yang, you're like the bottom feeder, go fucking deal with. God fucking damn it.
媚娘已经在这门口徘徊良久了，却还是不知该如何面对皇后。怎么了？媚娘刚回宫，本应事事小心，前些时日媚娘落水，懈怠了几日，没能好好尽到伺候皇后的本分。媚娘担心皇后责罚，所以不敢进去。算你识相，皇后什么身份，怎会与你计较？玲珑姐姐说的是，是媚娘以小人之心夺君子之腹了。我们进去吧。等等。 你这汤羹都冷了，你去换一盏吧。是。
Okay, I think this was the safe
刘
option.
贵妃必会一再劝皇后除去我，我要设法破了她和皇后的联盟。但李忠的存在，会让他们的联盟坚不可摧。
去哪儿了？哎，你看到我们的纸鸢了吗？殿下，我们的纸鸢断了线，那可是我母妃亲手为我做的，你帮我们一起找找吧。 殿下的纸鸢是什么样的？
皇兄找到了，在这里。
原来纸鸢在这儿，
快来帮帮我！我们的纸鸢挂到上面了，
挂这么高，
Skill
能
issue.
把我们取下来吗？
我来吧。
Ah, what the fuck? What the fuck?
彻底陷入昏迷之前，我很确定有人推了我。
昭儿，昭儿，昭儿，你醒了。
陛下，
御医说还好没有伤及要害。
陛下，李忠殿下和素洁殿下已在门外跪了许久了。
让他们进来吧。
是。
Did a little kid just try to murk me?
你们年纪这么小，谁教你们做这些害人的勾当的？
父皇，你相信儿臣，是皇兄说，只要武媚娘死了，母妃就会开心。是皇兄说要替我去推武媚娘的。
素洁，平日里你犯下的那些小错，皇兄都可以为你担着，替你受过。可今日之事，你不能做完就诬赖给皇兄我。是你母妃教你的吗？
昭儿小心。
父皇息怒啊！素洁只是年纪尚幼，不懂事。父皇息怒啊！
不是这样的，皇兄他说谎。
说谎的人明明是你。
One person pushed me. I think Zhong did it. There's no way that Suyi could have, right? Just a fucking baby. Wait, let me have a look at this. Oh shit, wrong thing. Wait, how do I... Alright.
媚娘
What? Okay, right.
媚娘已经在这门口徘徊良久了，什么样的？
Whose fucking hand was it? You're walking awfully close. That arm is way too long to have been that fucking wee kid. That's way too long. So it was either both of them or the fucking older one. I don't know. Oh, fuck, dude. Both of them is the easier option. We'll go with that one first. If not, I'm going Zong. Zong would probably be a better option, actually, now that I think about it.
那人从身后推我时，我正站在假山石上，但身形高低，唯有李忠，再无旁人。
他没有做错什么，你为什么要推他？
他的确没有做错什么，可素姐。
It was you. It was you. I fucking knew it.
两位殿下，起来说话吧。推我的人的身高，果然是李忠。
他没有做错什么，你为什么要推他？
他的确没有做错什么，可素姐，你竟如此糊涂，做出这样荒唐的事。
什么？
来人呐！有人受伤了！来人呐！
皇上你，
素姐，你竟为一己私欲，在宫中行凶，父皇叫我们的礼义廉耻。
Poor fucking Weekend.
你。
即刻命人彻查。
陛下且慢。赵儿摔倒时，的确看到了推我的人。
是谁？
It was fucking this guy. I'm not saying they acted together.
是李忠殿下。
父皇，赵儿不知道武媚娘在说什么，赵儿是被冤枉的，赵儿是被冤枉的呀！
传朕口谕，将李忠禁足半年，回去好好反省你的过错。
母后，赵儿知错了，父皇因那日之事对儿臣十分不满。 儿臣求母后救救忠儿。
你此行虽不妥，但母后相信你是为了母后好。你放心，你是本宫的孩子，本宫当然会帮你。
Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm getting +1 poisoned! No! So that I shouldn't have. I should have just said it was both of them. Oh, fucking god. Fucking damn it, bro. Girl, get that incense burner out of the fucking room.
又痒又疼。
It's giving us nothing but trouble. Oh. God fucking damn it.
怎么办呢？既然这么喜欢被刺，那就背一身刺。
It wasn't even a backstab! The little shit pushed me! Fuck you. Okay, so... Do I have to be like acted together?
这是一个绝佳的机会，可让李忠和李素洁结识圣心。
Oh.
是二位殿下一起。
父皇，赵儿不知道武媚娘在说什么，赵儿是被冤枉的，赵儿是被冤枉的呀！
儿臣是冤枉的。
I'm sorry, Suye.
李忠和素洁禁足半年。
I'm sorry, Suye.
母后，赵儿知错了，父皇因那日之事对儿臣十分不满。
Oh, wait, is it fucking over for me again?
你此行虽不妥，但母后相信你是为了母后好。你放心，你是本宫的孩子，本宫当然会帮你。
Oh, I have to blame the little fucking kid? I have seen the... Stop. No, I don't want to blame him. Guys, I don't think we can continue this game. I think this might just be the ending that we get. We get fucking +1 poisoned. Look at his face! No!
please don't make me do this. Please, he's just a little baby. It wasn't even him. I can't do this.
I'm a villain, not a monster. I can't look at him.
李忠身后是皇后
Oh
和刘贵
God.
妃，此时就算真相大白，也根本不足以撼动李忠分毫，更只会让刘贵妃等人加速对我的绞杀。所以我不如借势而为，做他们的功臣。陛下，这儿在被推倒前，的确看到是素洁殿下推我的。只是素洁毕竟只是一个孩子
I'm sorry.
怎么会有如此歹毒的心思？
朕看今日之事，不是你皇兄替你的，而是你的母妃萧淑妃教你的吧？
父皇，不要责罚母妃，儿臣没有骗父皇。
传朕口谕，禁足萧淑妃，并将素洁带下去，严加看管。
I'm sorry.
谢谢吴姐姐，还了周儿清白。
I pleaded with His Majesty. Just yes, yes, yes. Okay, we're good. We're good. The wicked.
殿下推的五姑娘吗？此事是否还需严查？
不必了。赵儿这么做，必然有他的道理。
Hi, hello, Stephen.
那便是他。
Okay, he's fine. The wicked is fine.
你为钟儿洗清冤屈，从今往后，你不必再做任何吓人的事情。
多谢皇后，这是媚娘该做的。
I hope work was okay. Good job today. Big proud of you. Make sure you treat yourself to something nice.
本宫想着，你身边没个人伺候可不行。玲珑，待会儿挑个乖巧伶俐的内侍吧。
是，媚娘不敢。
皇后对你关怀备至，也可要谨记皇后恩德。
媚娘多谢皇后。
你如今虽是婢女之身，但我也曾是婢女出身，最能懂你的不易。你此次帮了钟儿，我们便以姐妹相称吧。听钟儿说，你的耳裆被摔坏了，这是我蜜人用赤金打造的，赏你了。
There's something wrong with those.
多谢贵妃赏赐。
There's so something wrong with those. They've got fucking soup in them.
哎呀！
本宫不小心的。
媚娘拜谢皇后，拜谢贵妃。
Stupid fucking bitch, I'll kill you. I'll kill you, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. I will kill you. You're all gonna die. Apart from the little kid. The little kid is not gonna die. Might kill his mother though, but he's not gonna die.
我要学习如何成为骑手。双陆骑，上次看你喜欢便准备了，但做骑手早已非我所求。识举者生。 破局者存，掌局者赢。如今，我要请他们入我的棋局。
Oh shit! Bad bitch arc incoming.
你们皆是侍奉皇后的人，但如今皇后有令，需派一人前去侍奉五姑娘。
那五姑娘自己不过只是个侍女罢了，那我们不就成了奴婢的奴婢了？
我费尽心思才来了皇后宫中，怎可去侍奉一个没名没分的侍女？
就是。
我知道你们都不想做奴婢的奴婢，但这是皇后的命令，随便一人交差即可。
玲珑姐姐，小柚子说她愿意去，
随我来吧。
Of course, it's like the younger guy with the most pristine skin you've ever seen in your life.
玲珑姐姐，
这个内侍。 往后便跟着你了。
小柚子，拜见五姑娘。
竟然是她！
Acknowledge him as your sworn brother. Soften him up. What does either of these mean? What does this mean?
快起来！你叫小柚子？
是，姑娘。
我身边无人，你来跟着我也算是缘分。若你不嫌弃，我可以收你为义弟，以后我们在宫中相互扶持，可好？
奴婢不敢。
在我面前不必如此拘谨。你在皇后那里受的苦，我都看在眼里，很是心疼。我也是真心希望你能成为我的人。皇后叫我入宫的原因，想必你也是知道的。我不会永远做一个婢女，日后待我册封，定会带你。
No, why am I saying all of this?
小柚子能得到姑娘垂青，是三生修来的福分。
Oh, for fuck's sake! I fucking yapped too much! No! That's not what I intended! I thought we were just gonna be bros! Fuck off. Why'd I have to go and say all of that?
你叫小柚子？
是，姑娘。
我知道，你来跟着我，心里肯定是委屈的。
五姑娘，奴婢不敢。
近日到春寒，你穿的实在单薄了些。你去掖庭领件后衣裳吧。
感谢五姑娘，奴婢先去干活了。
去吧。
So I'm pure just paying everyone off.
Fucking. 刘贵妃赠我耳当，皇后赠我内侍，定然都藏着算计。或许，喜喜能助我解开其中奥秘。
主子，
Man, can I be honest with you guys? The only happy ending I see is between me and Zhijing. I think that would be a pretty cool ending, honestly. Especially during Pride Month, fuck yeah.
快起来，西西，我着急喊你前来，就是想让你帮我查一查，这是刘
I'm a big Zhijin stan.
竟然发现里面有东西。
主子，这是寒夜香丸，长期佩戴必将亏损身子，不仅难以生育，更会因气血不通而折损寿数。
Oh shit！
真是急不可耐。
礼中之事，主子帮了贵妃，谁能想到这份谢礼上竟然藏着这样的心思？
看来他们是担心我母凭子贵，不再受控，想让我一辈子做他们低眉顺眼的棋子。
主子，该怎么办？
Like they're replaced with an identical pair.
找人帮我打造一副一样的耳当。
是。
方才给那武媚娘例行请脉的御医来报，她的体内并无寒毒，看看你给主子献的计策。
玲珑姐姐放心，如今她满心满眼皆以为发现了耳当的秘密，以为换上一副一模一样的戴上便可躲过此劫。既然如此，那就让寒毒以另一种方式。 慢慢进入他的身体吧。
Oh, for fuck's sake!
不愧是出身医药世家，这一次切莫让皇后失望。
I'm gonna get +1. I'm getting +1. Stop +1ing me. God fucking damn it! Take me back to the life where I was playing football. We never seen it coming. What does this little fucking prick want?
姐姐大爷，钟儿以后每年都会给你烧纸的。
I'm gonna kick the fuck out of you.
谢谢你这么有用。
Kick the fuck out of you. How fucking dare you. I guess we gotta keep wearing them.
西西，出宫找能工巧匠，帮我把它 恢复原状。刘贵妃将它送给我，就是不怕我发现其中的秘密，所以，不如继续带着这副耳当。
可是这会伤了主子的身子。
如果刘贵妃发现她的计谋对我无效，必定会想新的法子来害我。可无妨，刘贵妃这是亲手将她自己的催命符送到我手中，她自会派上用场。我若想破局，首要便是要破了刘贵妃和皇后的图谋。这样一来，宫中才能形成新的局势。
Make Li Ji favor Liu and rile the Empress? That could be funny.
若刘贵妃更得胜心，她与皇后之间必然产生裂痕。
Oh no. White text, black background. It drew them together? Oh, fuck's sake. What do you mean it drew them together? I guess I gotta prevent them from coming on the Crown Prince
若
then.
李中无缘太子之位，从此失势，那王皇后必然厌弃他和刘贵妃。
This is so not it, is it?
不攻自破。
They suspect you, and you die.
我倒是小看他了，未曾想他竟如此胆大包天，忘恩。
Oh, for fuck's sake.
这次不必脏了皇后的手，妾来送他一程。
也好，你曾出身医药世家，本宫相信你。
No. I guess we just continue on with the fucking plan. Why bother giving me an option if we're just gonna do the same thing we were doing before?
是因为李忠将他们二人牢牢捆绑在一起。但若李忠成为太子，皇后必会忌惮李忠的生母刘贵妃。我要设法即刻见李治一面。
Yeah. Are we gonna pretend to be a guy? Wait, this sounds really funny. Infiltrate in the night suit. Yeah, we're gonna be a ninja. Let's go. Someone's gonna see us and we're gonna get +1, right? Oh, that wasn't us. Bed!
昭儿，你怎么想到这个办法过来？
现在想见陛下太难了，我想不到别的办法，所以师木那是通融让我进来的。
你呀，
Is that the new soup getting +1? I think so.
昭儿好久都没有见到陛下了，让昭儿好好看看。
昭儿。
We got shit to talk about.
憔悴之离为一君。
Oh, Tammy, how's it going? We haven't gotten souped so far.
昭儿此次来见陛下是有要事。
We just keep getting +1.
陛下商量。
你说。
近日，昭儿听到皇后和贵妃在议论太子人选一事。 昭儿斗胆进谏，陛下或许应当立李忠为太子。
We're getting third wheeled, yeah.
原来赵儿今日前来，不是因为想我，而是为了别人的事啊。
这儿就是为了陛下呀。如今，朝中关陇门阀全部站在皇后一方，长孙太尉和皇后现在一心欲扶植李忠，他们迟早会以各种借口逼着陛下立李忠为太子。若是陛下以退为进，主动遂了他们的愿，提出立李忠为太子，那么陛下就赢得了在朝堂之上的主动。到时，陛下可借此时机培植自己的亲信。
赵儿所言有理，但我希望这太子之位留给我们将来的孩子。
We're gonna have to keep urging His Majesty to name Zhong as the crown prince, aren't we? I'm wearing earrings. They're making me less fertile and whatnot. I'm sorry, we gotta keep doing this.
谢陛下，可若如此，陛下便更应立李忠为太子。当陛下彻底扫清障碍的那一天，太子真正由谁来做，皆由陛下定夺。
我会考虑的。
那赵儿先告退。
哦，
赵儿，你想走？
We're gonna flirt and then we're gonna walk away.
陛下，你脸怎么红啦？龙塔还给陛下，那我先走啦。
永徽3年，陛下诏立李忠为太子。 长孙太尉等门阀老臣大喜过望，放松了警惕。陛下借机提拔了一批亲信官员，未遭任何反对。朝局变化的种子，在立储的喧嚣中悄然种下。
We still got a ways to go.
如今，皇后、刘贵妃等人看似志得意满，但接下来，便是我送他们去自相残杀的时候。
I'm still confused because I was expecting there to be a cameo of someone and they haven't been here.
我还未谢过你呢。
Depose? What does this mean?
有句话，哪怕殿下怪罪，我也不得不说。皇后为巩固自身地位，收养殿下，可对殿下能有几分真心？
快来和母后一起赏花吧。
若王皇后将来生下了自己的儿子，她还会心甘情愿辅佐殿下吗？
你的意思是，
若皇后不在，太子的母妃刘贵妃，便是这个宫中最尊贵、最适合入主中宫的女人。
多谢你。
Oh, he's gonna tell her.
未曾想他竟如此胆大包天。
Fuck's sake.
姑娘，杨太妃照例熬了桂花羹。
No! 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 We got souped! No! No! We got souped! Fuck!
姨母今日熬的桂花羹，倒是比往日要甜一些。
Bollocks! We actually got soup! Ah, for fuck's sake. I can't believe we got souped. On the day you died, everyone and their mother shared a fucking toast. God fucking damn it. They blamed it on my aunt too. God fucking damn it.
你母妃一定也为你开心。可，从前我常看到你母妃一个人一直望着你与皇后的背影出神。太子如今身居高位，但若因此疏远了自己的母妃，他必然要更加伤心的。
母妃是我最在意的人，我绝不会冷落母妃，更不会让母妃伤心的。
太子仁孝。
陛下终于下旨册立你为太子。周儿
Oh, that shit looks good.
周儿想要什么赏赐，母后都依你。
儿臣想请母后赏赐母妃可以落座，同我们一起用膳。
伺候皇后和太子用膳是妾的本分，岂有落座的道理？是太子说笑罢了。
太子都发话了，你就坐吧。
是。
玲珑，还不赶快为刘贵妃布膳？
是。
Oh shit.
母亲，等等我，母亲。母妃，我新做的萱草香囊。
我不是你母妃，宫女出身的人不能做你母亲。
可你就是我母亲。
皇后才是你的母亲，你是太子，你的母亲只能是最尊贵的女人，你能懂吗？ 你根本就不懂，你若是懂，你方才就不会对我有一丝亲近。
Hello, Sag. How's it going?
你能成为太子，是多么不易的事情，你不能出一丝差错，你能明白吗？
主子，看来时机已经成熟。
一子二母，自然会有一母变得多余。该下一
We're chilling. We are chilling. Glad to hear it's going well.
人言可畏，也是一把杀人的利器。有些话，就算王皇后刚开始不信，说的人多了，自然也就成了真的。
我懂了，想要借助皇后之手铲除刘贵妃，必须先让皇后忌惮她。主子要散播什么流言？ 悉心一定尽力去做。
Oh God. Maybe this one because they wouldn't believe that
皇后
one.
知道，刘贵妃是借她之手扶持李忠，一旦李忠登基，刘贵妃才是那唯一的正宫太后，皇后岂能容她？
西西明白了。
你说，太子的生母是刘贵妃。 可他现在寄养在皇后膝下，日后太子即位，会不会立刘贵妃当太后啊？当然了，养母哪有生母亲啊？玲珑姐姐，走走走走走。
他们真是这样说。
Why do you have a dirty plate in your hands? It's soup.
钟儿那孩子的确孝顺，难保他日后登上大位，不会有立生母为太后的心思。
Oh, it was the right option.
难怪他百般谏言要我除去媚娘。 看来是想借我的手，为自己除去障碍。
皇后说的有道理，所以咱们还需未雨绸缪，去母留子，才是最稳妥的。
皇后，皇后，皇后，求求你救救媚娘！
你这是怎么了？
刘贵妃将此物送与我，可是刚刚我才发现里面装有大量有毒的寒夜香。皇后，我与贵妃无冤无仇，她为什么要这样对我呀？
Dude, I'm so smart.
你是本宫带回来的。
I did not eat the soup. Maybe a little bit.
刘贵妃如此忘恩负义，本宫再也不能留她在身边了。
皇后，需要媚娘做什么？
若你身子不适，任谁来查，这也并非害人不孕的寒夜香，而是害你性命的毒香。
媚娘明白了。
陛下，妾是冤枉的，妾从未谋害过媚娘，陛下切勿听信小人谗言。
证据确凿，你还敢狡辩？
皇后，皇后，救救妾！皇后，救救妾！
刘氏，你谋害媚娘之事证据确凿，
本宫便是人质
Master manipulator
送给媚娘。本宫身为中宫之主，怎能姑息？
传朕口谕：刘贵妃戕害后庭，褫夺封号，废为庶人，禁足宁阴阁。
救救姐！皇后！救救姐！皇后！救救姐！
刘贵妃的倒台，不仅让皇后自断羽翼，为我肃清毒瘤，也是我在礼中与皇后
Yeah, get fucked, bitch.
种下的一根毒刺。这根刺自然会有生根发芽的一天。
只要你懂事，你的儿子便依旧是圣朝的太子。可若是你不懂事，只会连累你的儿子。相信。
Oh, is she gonna eat some soup? Oh, it's wine.
周儿。 母亲好想陪着你长大，可身在帝王家，一个太子的母亲，只有像皇后那般尊贵，才能真正庇护你。只要我死了，皇后就能安心扶持我的钟儿。钟儿是尊贵的太子，是圣朝未来的天子。 钟儿好，我就好。
母亲，开门！母亲，
钟儿，
钟儿，母亲，母亲，开门！母亲，开门！母亲，
滚！这里没有你的母亲。
母亲。 你告诉我，究竟是谁害了母亲？是皇后还是武媚娘？钟儿一定要为母亲报仇。
是我自己做错了事，无人害我。你该做的是好好坐稳你的太子之位。
儿子不在乎太子之位，儿子只想和母亲在一起。
废物！不要在这丢人现眼。好好的太子不错。 偏要过着受人欺凌的日子，我没有你这样的儿子。
儿子知道，母亲心里最在意我，不然为何一直佩戴着那个早已无味的香囊？看，我又给母亲做了一个，上次未能送给母亲，没想到就再也没。
Okay, this might be a little bit sad.
你不该来这里，快走！
儿子只想见你一面，看看母亲，求求母亲开门！
我不会再见你，你不要再来这里了。
开门好吗？母亲，求求你！母亲，求求你，开门好吗？
赶紧滚！
请母亲放心，从今以后，儿子会拼命讨皇后欢心，拼命得到父皇的赞赏，拼命去坐稳太子的位置，早日想办法让皇后把母妃放出来。儿子只有一个
Oh, she's not coming back.
能收下这枚香囊，赶紧走！母亲。 还有1个月，萱草花就开了。我知道母亲最喜欢萱草花，到时候钟儿会摘最好看的送给母亲。
I don't think she's coming back. be good to bring her back. You're gonna need to find yourself a Mau Mau.
只要将我这卑贱的母亲忘得彻彻底底，你就能走得更远。
Repaboza.
刘贵妃已经在冷宫咽气了，王皇后臂膀已断，宫中局势终于要开始改变了。
Oh yeah. Dude, our strategy is through the roof. Did our decisiveness and prestige even go up? Holy shit, strategy and resilience, we're fucking killing it.
Zelzak's Scream.
Alonic! Hello! Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Happy 22 months. Thank you, thank you. How's it going? Wait, Li Zong is our enemy now. Well, Ling Long is our enemy too. Holy shit. Cool. I'm grounded again. Yeah, we haven't seen Zhao in a wee bit. Unlucky. Bonus story.
李忠心里清楚，自己的母妃之死大有其事。
Finally graduated. Congratulations on your graduation. Big proud of you. Make sure you treat yourself to something nice.
却正是如今他最大的靠山，皇后。他只能咽下所有痛楚，在皇后面前继续扮演恭顺的儿子。
且冤枉，妾是冤枉的。
主子，主子，
西西，
主子，求二位行个方便，容我与主子说两句话。
快出去。
主子，究竟出了什么事？西心该如何救主子？皇后已经放弃我了，没用了。我唯一放心不下的。 就是我的钟儿，主子，西心愿意去钟殿下身边，誓死护殿下周全。
Applying jobs, yeah, it's a rough scene out there. Best of luck with them, though.
要保护好钟儿。
好了，我们要走了。
姑娘，姑娘，陛下在两仪殿内忙于政事，未得暇憩。自陛下登基以来，素性夜寐，这般不顾惜龙体，如何使得？现在能劝陛下的，也只有姑娘你了。
我这就去，
一定要劝陛下好好休息啊！
朝政繁忙，要多注意休息啊。
赵儿，来坐。
你看你，眼睛都红了。陛下是一国之君，只有爱惜自己，才可以长久庇佑天下万民呢。来，
Okay, that's kind of cute.
赵儿放心，朕听你的，朕一定会尽快扫清障碍。 开创盛世，
乖乖睡觉。
This guy's not doing shit while I'm here fighting for my life in the palace. This guy's doing fuck all.
自李忠被立为圣朝太子至今，在陛下的布局之下，更多新的官员崭露头角。朝堂的权力版图在潜移默化中发生着改变。 但这看似平静的局势之下，正酝酿着未知的变数。
Match each verse to the correct color on the left. Thank fuck it's color coded because I can't read shit here. Jade Maidens play by the mountain crystal. When the okay, right, I didn't want to read that anyway.
赵儿，你怎么了？恭喜五姑娘有喜啊！
永护3年的春天，
What？
第一个孩子，我从未见过她如此开心的模样。
What? I'm fucking pregnant. Go figure.
哎呀，我都糊涂了。你现在身子最为娇贵，来坐下。赵儿，我们终于有孩子了。
What?
透花瓷。
你之前不舒服的时候，只要吃些甜的，心情就会好很多。
Ah. Oh no, I'm just taking that.
我之前想封你为昭仪的时候，你每次都不同意，如今没有拒绝的理由了吧？
No, no, no. I can't do it now.
陛下，不可。昭儿知道，陛下心疼昭儿和孩子，可是如今昭儿才刚刚有孕，若陛下突然加封，必然会引来皇后忌惮。皇后身为后宫之主，势力遍布前朝后宫。昭儿觉得，为保腹中的孩子平安，还是等皇后对我不再诸多猜忌时，再行册封为好。
我明白你的顾虑。
QTE for snack. That's how this game goes, honestly. Who knew doing hanky-panky with the Emperor was gonna result in that, eh?
方才派人前来传信，请姑娘即刻前去。
知道了。拜见皇后。
本宫今日请你前来，是想告诉你，谋害你的刘贵妃已经在别宫因病离世了。
什么？
钟儿知道后受了很大的刺激，对媚娘你颇有恨意。本宫也劝了她许久。这刘贵妃虽然是自食其果，但她毕竟是钟儿的生母，看来还需再给这孩子一些时日。媚娘，你可千万别跟她计较。
皇后放心，媚娘明白大局。
本宫未曾看错你。从今往后，你便是本宫身边唯一的臂膀。 媚娘，你可千万不要像刘贵妃那样，让本宫失望了。
Imagine! I can't tell you that.
媚娘一定尽心跟随皇后。
姑娘，杨太妃照例熬了。
Are you fucking kidding me? Wait, that was the actual answer? I'm getting fucking souped? Oh, fuck! I was laughing at it because it was like, imagine.
倒是比往日要甜一些。
My bad. Okay, I have to be like, hey, I'm fucking preggers and it's the Emperor's child, lol. Oh, she already knew that I was pregnant. How? How the fuck would you? So, whenever I get souped, it gets blamed on fucking Yang because Yang used to use the soup. Fucking goddamn it.
媚娘，你这是做什么？
皇后，奴婢今日在两仪殿被诊出怀了身孕，但奴婢自始至终都是皇后的人。
若不
Give
是
the
因为
self-care check
皇后
pancake.
奴婢现在还身在改业寺，皇后的大恩大德，奴婢没齿难忘。
本宫知道你的忠心，更明白你的不易。起来吧。既然怀了身孕，以后就别跪了。
I was wondering why she was looking at her tummy before. I was like, she fucking knows. She actually does. Hi, Ghost! Hi! You okay? You come over here?
皇后不会容许一个棋子母凭子贵，所以，我绝不能踏上和刘贵妃一样的去母留子的命运。
姑娘，姑娘，你看谁来了？
这儿。
We have an older sister? Hi, Ghost.
就你这样的贱蹄子！
Hi, Ghost. You're very warm. Are you sleeping? You've got bed fur.
爹爹走前是怎
You
么
still
嘱
was
咐你的？你们
sleeping.
忘了吗？
来的正好，一块儿打！
昭儿别怕，姐姐会护着你。
Not the fucking kick! What the fuck?
姐姐，你来了，昭儿。姐姐，你这些年过得可好？我一切都好，只是很挂念你，我的小昭儿。
如今五姑娘怀有身孕，陛下知道，特地把姑娘的家里人接进宫来，亲自照顾，这样陛下也就放心了。
多谢陛下了，
奴婢就先告退了。
穆内侍慢走。昭儿，快让姐姐好好看看你。这么多年没见，上次见你，你还是个小丫头，如今都是要当娘亲的人了。对了，姐姐，你来宫里，家里怎么办？我想跟夫君和离了。他是不是打你了？小的时候你每次回家身上都带伤，你总和我说是自己不小心，真是无耻之有。不碍事的，如今我们姐妹团聚，就别提那些伤心事了。
I hope you escape him.
姐姐，我一定帮你远离比夫。
Oh, great. It's not. It's a... Right. Okay, she found the husband and forced a formal separation. This looks bad ending as fuck, though.
今晚陪着儿睡好不好？
Is my sister a way to kill me? Embarrassing childhood memories.
我的昭儿一定过得很辛苦吧？有姐姐在，我就什么都不怕。昭儿，你看我们现在这样，像不像小时候？那个时候
Girl, we're going to sleep without that eyeliner
给我讲鬼故事。
Okay, usually it's a little bit less on the nose, but with the wing and everything?
你记不记得
You're gonna
小时候我
spots.
去掏鸟窝，摔下来了，衣服破了，脚也扭了，不想让爹爹娘亲知道。你背着我啊，走了老远的路去找医人呢。我记得呀，那个时候我背着你走到半道，结果摔了一跤，我们就坐在
Hello,
地
Lines.
上
How's it
大眼
going?
瞪小眼，别提有多好笑了。真怀念以前啊，虽然总是被哥哥们欺负，但姐姐总是护在我身前的那个人。昭儿，以后姐姐都陪着你。姐姐，我一定会带你过上好日子的，一定。傻丫头，不管是什么样的日子，只要和昭儿在一起，就是好日子。
Wait, was it not the bad ending? Is she actually not gonna kill
可
me?
以安心的睡了。
I'm so sus.
虽说怀了身孕需要静养，但如今也得多出来走走，都听姐姐的。
姑娘
Holy shit, I've blown up like a balloon.
那个人就是王皇后派来的。看着倒是面善，但知人知面不知心，赵儿还是当心些。我心里有数。你怎么还和以前一样让人不省心啊？
这不是有姐姐吗？
吓死我了！走吧，小心啊。
姐姐，这是你送我的吗？
不是啊，今天早晨有一个工人专程送来的，说是上工局为你做的。别想了，快来吃饭吧，姐姐专程做的，都是你爱吃的。
来啦！
啊，
香啊！慢点，
好久没吃姐姐做的菜了，比起宫里啊，还是家里的味道好。
上工局送的。
姑娘，请用茶。
这儿别喝，我刚刚看到小柚子鬼鬼祟祟的，往里面加了一些粉末。
Investigate the food.
没毒，看来小柚子是故意让我看到他下毒。若我一时情急将此事告发，反倒落入皇后的陷阱，落下一个诬陷中宫的罪名。若我不告发，恐怕毒物藏在别处，我难以发觉，终将危害我的性命。太可恶了，昭儿，那接下来你打算怎么做？
Yeah, what the fuck am I gonna do now? Spread rumors the child is a girl or secretly take the abortion drugs? I'll just spread the rumors, right? They'll know that we didn't take the drugs.
小柚子，
姑娘有什么吩咐？
我最近特别喜欢吃辛辣之物，去给我弄点茱萸和胡椒来。
是。
这儿有孕之前可从不吃这些，都说
she fucking
看来这儿
knows.
腹中怀的定是个女孩，真的吗？我最喜欢女孩了，姐姐。
Before long, rumors spread through the palace. The child you carried was a girl. The whispers grew so loud that belief could not help but follow, as if everyone had already seen the baby girl. How laughable people are. Repeat the lie often enough and it becomes the truth. That's how rumors go.
这武媚娘真是没福气，怀了个女儿，和没怀又有何分别？
女儿又如何？曾经高阳公主最得先帝疼爱，这份恩宠可不输任何皇子。
Oh shit.
是奴婢浅薄了。那主子，接下来打算怎么做？
With your sister by your side, you savored the warmest days of your life. 6 months later, as His Majesty departed to conduct the state sacrifice.
水，热水再拿几盆来，再多拿几条干净的帕子，快呀！昭儿，
That's a lot of blood.
用点劲儿，姐姐陪着你，姑娘，用力，用点劲儿，会有事的，用劲儿啊，姑娘啊，用劲儿。昭儿，姐姐就在你身边。 昭儿，难产了，快去找御医！
Why is the physician not already here? What the fuck is going on?
用力呀！啊，用力！生了！
There's no screaming.
姑娘，我的孩子。
Oh, I guess it didn't
安
matter.
心去吧，你的孩子以后养在皇后膝下，才是他的福分。
Oh, she fucking laid. Well. Unlucky. Wait, what does the prince gotta say?
昭儿，我定不会饶 熬过害。
You're so fucking useless, bro.
赵儿，是姐姐没。
You did your best. You're fucking useless, dude. Our boyfriend is not particularly the best, eh?
这立正殿到处都是皇后儿女，她不会坐视我安然诞下孩子。我必须设法搬离这里，脱离皇后掌控。或许，只有皇后宫中出了一件让皇后无法自证清白的大事，才是我们的机会。姐姐，出宫暗中帮我买些堕胎药。
赵儿，
姐姐，你相信我吗？
我知道你想做什么，自小你决定的事便不会错。好，姐姐帮你。
Your sister slipped out of the palace on pretense and secretly bought you abortificants. As planned, you only took a small dose.
赵儿，那些多余的堕胎药，你打算如何处置？
Hide them in the Empress's chambers? It wouldn't make sense to destroy them.
被人赃并获，
可皇后寝殿守卫森严，谁能将它藏入呢？
有一个人可以做到。
Oh God, who is it? Oh, Jijin.
来人呐！赵儿晕倒了，来人呐！
赵儿，陛下，五姑娘中了零灵香的毒。老臣猜测，此香是有人放在五姑娘日常所用之物上。若长此下去，时间久了，此毒便会逐渐进入肺腑，中毒之人便会血崩而亡。
什么？
陛下放心，所幸此时中毒尚浅，只需连续服用解毒之药便可恢复。
陛下，此事事关皇嗣，切请旨彻查。
皇后，赵儿是在你宫中出的事。
陛下，此事不容姑息，还请即刻彻查立正殿上下。
Mm-hmm.
凌霄
That's what I'm saying.
立刻派人彻查。
是。搜。
启禀凌校尉，搜到了。
Is this actually gonna work?
陛下，臣在武媚娘的寝殿里找到了这个。
这明明该出现在皇后寝殿。
Oh fuck! It didn't work.
皇后，奴婢发现有人将装有零灵香的匣子藏进了皇后的立正殿正殿。此人动手迅速且不留痕迹，若非奴婢例行检查立正殿一切用具，亦难以发觉。
看来他是想陷害本宫。
Oh shit! It didn't work.
主子，这武士如此胆大包天，是否即刻将此事告诉陛下？
不必了，我们该将计就计，引他玩火自焚。
陛下，这正是零灵香。
媚娘，你为了构陷本宫，竟然不惜对自己和皇嗣下毒手，你，陛下，此事实在令人心惊。 若从此人人效仿，法合以立，绝不可姑息。
Oh shit! Oh, this is like another 2 minutes. Oh fuck! Even as emperor, he cannot defy the law because he's fucking useless.
在马车驶离皇城的那一刻，你忽然明白，你与理智的距离其实一直很远。 在这个重臣权倾朝野的时代，能站在帝王身侧的，一定不能只拥有他的爱。
How do we wait to be assassinated?
西西。 主子
Wait, do we actually get a happy ending with Shishin?
离开圣安，这是陛下能为你做的最后一件事。
可是，若皇后等人追究起来，
放心，一切都已经安排妥当。
皇后主子去哪儿，西信便去哪儿。
Oh yeah.
会永远陪着主子的。
What's the point of being an emperor? Yeah, fuck knows, bro. Which is crazy considering his fucking dad literally did whatever the fuck he wanted. Oh, is this a happy ending? Oh, this might be a happy ending, actually. Her osmantha soup became famous. Oh, sick. Wait, so did my, like, kid... Did the kid actually just, like, get aborted? Okay. Oh, it was a good ending.
赵儿，你的盛世，我看到了。
So we need to go further back, actually. Okay. Do I just need to straight up consume it, or is it all the way back to powder in the tea? We'll destroy it completely.
彻底销毁。
Hello, Talset. How's it going?
你放心。
Oh, the planner took the medicine.
来人呐！赵儿晕倒了，来人呐！
赵儿，陛下，五姑娘中了零灵香的毒，老臣猜测此香是有人放在五姑娘日常所用之物上，若长此下去，时间久了，此毒便会逐渐进入肺腑，中毒之人便会血崩而亡。
什么？
陛下放心，所幸此时中毒尚浅，只需连续服用解毒之药便可恢复。
赵儿，
陛下，万幸及时发现，否则妹妹和孩子的性命怕是都保不住了。
朕会查出给你下毒的真凶，绝对严惩不贷。皇后，赵儿是在你宫中出的事，你难辞其咎。
谁是媚娘的内侍？
是奴婢。
听玲珑说，此前为媚娘挑选内侍时，你自告奋勇，如今看来，实在蹊跷。
皇后，奴婢冤枉。
来人，杖责50，打到他交代为止。
皇后，不是奴婢。皇后，不是奴婢。皇后饶命啊！皇后，真的不是奴婢，奴婢是冤。
等一下。 陛下，小柚子对我尽心尽力，不会是他，还请陛下饶过他。
媚娘，你心太善了，此事关乎龙嗣，宁可错杀，不可放过。
陛下，我相
Are we
信。
gonna talk about the carpet incident?
陛下，若是轻饶嫌犯，公规何在？
若仅仅因为小柚子是媚娘内侍，就是嫌犯的话，那立正殿人人都应该查。凌霄，立刻派人彻查立正殿上下。是。
Oh shit, we're starting some real drama.
陛下，暂无发现。
皇后，你的立正殿守卫向来严密，谁能在你的眼皮子底下行谋害之事？
此事出在皇后宫中，只有皇后能将罪证清除干净，不留一丝痕迹，所以没有证据。 就是最好的证据。
谁是负责赵儿饮食的？
是奴婢。
若不是你玩忽职守，被歹人钻了空子，媚娘怎会突然遭遇此劫？当罚。
主子，玲珑没有，玲珑没有，主子，
你太让本宫失望。
主子，
就罚你去。
拖下去，杖毙。
陛下，主子，主子。
Flog her to death is crazy. Spare her life and exile her.
主子，主子，陛下，赵儿不想看到有人因我而死，将他流放几个。主子，主子救我！
陛下，如今媚娘身怀有孕，妾一直想奏请陛下给媚娘多些恩赏。
皇后，立正殿发生这样的事情，赵儿不能继续待在这里安胎。 朕会赐给昭儿一个宫殿。
Oh, let's go.
封其为昭仪。皇后，你觉得这个恩赏如何？
陛下，
He finally got his way.
正有此意。谢陛下，谢皇后。
陛下，长孙太尉求见。
宣。
Oh, he's pissed.
陛下，此婢女寝殿，本朝从未有过先例。不但如此，还专为此殿赐名灵照殿，此事万万不妥，请陛下三思啊！
朕意已决。
荒唐啊，陛下！吾氏乃一介婢女，还是女尼之身还俗，实在不配被陛下如此厚待啊！她的身份必会成为天下笑柄，还请陛下待吾氏诞下皇嗣后，将其送回感业寺，将皇嗣交予皇后抚养。
无端非议后宫女子，妄谈朕的家事，不是一国宰相。
Oh shit! Is he actually gonna do something?
第二次，太尉，你听明白了吗？
Okay. He's been drinking his milk. He's been getting some calcium for those bones.
老臣明白。
The spine is rigid. Under the treatment of the imperial physicians, your condition quickly improved. Your residence is being prepared. Hello? Mosh mosh. Is this all the gameplay of this? Not really, but yes, really. It's a BGM, so... Is that the term? He's so proud of himself.
这灵照殿里的每一个装饰，都是陛下亲自派人挑选的。陛下日理万机，却对昭儿的事情这么上心。
你的事没有小事。
陛下越来越会哄昭儿开心了。
走，我们去前面看看。
He's so happy with himself.
昭儿，喜欢这里吗？
喜欢。
我都想好了，春日天朗气清，我们可以一起在这里用膳；夏日，我们可以在那儿一起赏荷；秋日，我们可以和孩子。
Look at how far we've come, guys.
冬日，我们可以一起在那里。
Diarrhea forever, diarrhea often. A lot of times, honestly, it's fucking. It's like Connections. It's like playing Connections. This game. Sometimes you just have to pick shit and hope for the best. I saved your life. Remember that. We're gonna be... Feel like we should be fiercer, but I'm gonna be kinder.
你也饿了一天了，过来吃点吧。
奴婢谢谢五姑娘。
我知道，王皇后派你过来，是来监视我的。但我也知道你生性善良，之所以为王皇后做事，也是迫不得已。那日我险些摔倒。
Yeah, the carpet. Hi, Christian. Thank you so much for the Taiwan resub. Happy 19 months. How's it going?
五姑娘。
你在王皇后处谨小慎微，却还是处处受羞辱刁难。若你投诚于我，虽然不能保你大富大贵，但至少能让你做一个有尊严的人。你可愿意？
Oh, he's got to make the choice now.
五姑娘，奴婢愿意。
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Dog decided we needed to spend money on a surgery. Oh, I'm really sorry about that, Christian. How's the job stuff going, though? I know you were like looking at a bunch of different ones because your workplace was teaching you like shit.
你这是？林兆殿内有问题的，就是那个熏香，此香无色无味，且时日久了，在体内郁结才会毒发。届时任由神医来。
The +1 poison. The +1. Nice! Congratulations! Hopefully you're gonna get treated a lot better.
以前的事，我不与你计较。不过从今往后，你跟着我，切不能再三心二意，让我失望。我会派人送你的家人去安全的地方，就算是皇后，也休想找到他们。
小柚子以后一定尽心尽力地保护姑娘，保护好姑娘腹中的孩子。
皇后统御六。
Oh, what a cutie! I mean, he tried to kill us a few times, but that's adorable.
收服小柚子，得她赤诚相待。
So we got Yozi and Gigi, right?
在你于林兆殿
and our sister
的日子里，你得知高阳正在逐步收复朝臣于麾下，
Oh God.
举荐贤才入仕，助自己争得更多权柄。他此举。 并早已习惯在朝中一家之言。
Gao Yang's doing some shit.
太尉十分不满。
Why does he look like he's wearing a pair of Vans?
长公主为了一个僧人，至今还在着丧服，将我圣朝礼法置于何地？ 又将先帝置于何地？
礼法。太尉和我说礼法，为臣者越了本分，管了不该管的事情，才是不顾礼法。
你 fucking tell him, Gao Yang。
近日听闻了许多太尉的时政事迹，太尉三朝贤臣，便觉得自己可以凌驾于陛下之上，皇权之上。
臣做的这一切，都是为了我圣朝江山。倒是长公主，近日似乎与朝中官员走动颇多。该小心的是长公主吧。哼！
从前是我活在虚妄宠爱幻象中太久了，与其做只能祈求恩宠的公主。 不如做手握权柄的长公主，无论结局如何，我都不后悔。
Okay, Gao Yang's making moves of her own. Okay.
就在半年之后。 你即将临盆之际，朝堂之上，长孙太尉一党借助一桩小案精心设局，大做文章，掀起了一场血流千里的谋反。
不可能，高阳绝对不可能谋反。
陛下仁慈，不愿意相信他们有谋逆之心，
What?
但证据确凿，不可辩驳。陛下，此事全权交给老臣处理即可。
You're gonna believe this slime ball? I don't think that's a good idea.
长孙太尉借此谋反案，大肆驱除异己，血洗朝堂。
时辰已到，
无论是圣朝皇室还是文臣武将，皆被归入其中，送上了断头台。
Oh shit！
单中也包括高阳。
陛下，谋逆之罪，罪事滔天，请陛下立即下旨处死长公主。
放肆！
陛下， 王子犯法与庶民同罪，长公主谋逆罪证确凿。若陛下执意包庇，法何以立？国何以安？
I think we should execute you too.
"此谋反案，由长孙太尉一党精心铺就，以彻底清除一切异己。高阳的一切罪证周密齐全，哪怕是陛下，也无法包庇此等滔天之罪。
So much corruption. I thought I was in labor.
昭儿，高阳是我最疼爱的妹妹，可我却护不住她。在先帝朝时，长孙太尉是贤臣，可朝局变幻，他的野心和权欲都在滋生。他的身后是紧密相连的门阀士族，门阀擅权已有数百年积弊，结党营私，党同伐异，垄断朝纲，正会改变这一切。昭儿，你相信我吗？
I'll help you.
陛下，一切都会改变。昭儿愿和陛下一起，一步步拿回本该属于陛下的权利。
昭儿，谢谢你。昭儿，你答应我，要陪
+9, let's go.
昭儿，绝不食言。
翌日便是高阳的临行之日，你请旨去见高阳最后一面。
你来了，正好，死前还能再见你一面。
我与陛下已商议好，你会以高阳长公主的身份假死，我们会设法送你出宫。
帮我谢过皇兄。不过，不用了，我高阳此生没有做错，便永远不会逃。
高阳，
你不必劝我，我意已决。你是不是很疑惑，我为何会站在九哥一边？ 卷入权力斗争。其实一直以来，我要的都很简单。我想要命运可以握在自己的手里。原本我这一生，
这门婚事容不得你做选择，
从未有过一刻可以自己做主。
公主为了一个和尚违逆父皇，实在是不能呐！
不能留，儿有点公主的样子，成何体统？
但这一次，是我为自己做的决定，我不后悔。媚娘，我羡慕你，更嫉妒你。羡慕你和皇兄兜兜转转，依然走到了一起；更羡慕你从不认命。呆瓜死后，我的每一天都过得很痛苦，是我害死了他。
高阳，当年变姬之时，我始终欠你一句对不起。
傻子，不用说对不起。恨你，不过是给我自己一个活下去的理由罢了。否则，这偌大的宫墙之内， 一切都太过冰冷了。
高阳，里面太危险了，你不能进去。高阳，
媚娘，不要让他们伤害呆瓜，就这一次，我求求你。
Look, Gao Yang, I really fucking did. I tried everything. Everything left to me dying, okay?
一直都是我。媚娘。
原谅我吗？
You're always my best friend.
高阳
Was another illusion of choice there.
我最好的朋友。我高阳此生只爱过一个人，也只交过一个朋友。
Fuck, man. We lost fucking Ruer and Gao Yang. Who next?
孩子喊我一声姑母。我知道，这是你送的。
姐姐，这是你送我的吗？不是啊，今天早晨有一个工人专程送来的，说是上工局为你做的。
我好想亲手为他戴上平安锁，可惜来不及了。
No, I'll just pop them out now. Why the fuck not? Fuck it, let's go. Come on, we need to start squatting.
起个名字，愿他来日天地宏阔。 自在翱翔，便叫她红儿吧。红儿，红儿，这是你姑母为你取的名字。走吧，媚娘，走吧。 我只想你看到我最漂亮的样子。往前走，别回头。走吧，走吧。
You're not getting a real level reaction from me, but damn, I'm a little bit sad. Bye bye, Gao Yang. At least she'll get to go see her little fool.
媚娘，去做你想做的事，你一定能走出一条不一样的路。
I like how the door has just been left open.
此生我抗争过，无悔了。呆瓜。 我终于可以来见你了。
No guards, no nothing down here. It's always instant.
来，我带你翻墙出去，快来啊！你踩着我上去。媚娘，你尝尝，这是什么？媚娘，刚刚幸亏有你在，因为我要把命运握在自己手里啊。我们居然想的一样，真应该早点遇见你。媚娘，我要把你救出去，有我在，你们休想带走媚娘。媚娘，这个呀，是我在大慈恩寺为你求的。 他肯定能保佑你平安无事，逢凶化吉。媚娘，可我不想长大，就算长大了，你也要做最快乐的公主。你过来！
高阳，你别胡闹！
死丫头！公主天姿国色的，还需要这些乱七八糟的东西？你看我堵住你的嘴！你们果然……过来！你还高阳，高阳，不要进去！高
And here I thought Gao Yang was gonna try and kill us. Before you lost consciousness, you saw chamberlains rushing towards you. Everything dissolved into a long, deep dream. You dreamed of the first time you met Gao Yang, of her complaints about Bianji. Your heart clenched tight. A bitterness rising that could never be undone. Gao Yang, don't leave. Don't. You endured a long and difficult label. Life you carried up and the sound of your baby's first cry. Relief finally washed over you. Exhausted and grief-stricken, you soon lost consciousness. Oh shit, it's a boy! Hello, Ansark, how's it going? 7TV's giving you hell? Try uninstalling and reinstalling it, that fixed some stuff with me. Yep, with 7TV, yeah, it's been quite buggy lately, huh? What, they couldn't afford a baby? They couldn't afford to hire a baby?
你最心痛的，就是还未来得及让红儿喊高阳一声姑母。
What the fuck? Holy shit, my decisive went up quite a bit. They made a new version without telling anyone? Yeah, I remember when that happened because I raided out into someone. I couldn't type in their fucking chat and I was panicking. I wasn't able to sign the contract. I need to turn my light on 1 second. Holy shit.
Not hand-holding it's too much. Hope you enjoy your time, though.
Huh? Who said anything about hand-holding? Pizza Man, thank you so much for the tier 1 resub. Happy 3 months. How's it going? Thank you. Appreciate that. Had my chat text box disappear on my own stream. Couldn't type anything. Had to uninstall and reinstall. Yeah, I think it was Winter that told me that it was probably fucking 7TV, and I was like, oh great, fantastic. Gao Yang is neutral. She's not even like my ally. So you have Yuzi. That's our sister. It's our boyfriend. Dude, is Zhao even like still around? Like who is like what's up with him? What's going on with him? And Moo's not an ally. That kind of sucks. Gun in the video. Chip in there where? I think I was behind. Oh, I see. Wanna hold hands? Not on my channel. Listen. We saw them doing the hanky-panky like an hour ago. But I'm drawing the line at hand-holding. So... yeah. How many chapters are there in this? Will it tell us? Got some bonus stories.
武媚娘，人呢？这是皇后今日换下的衣裙，等着你洗呢。
皇后早已允我，不必再做粗活。
笑话，给皇后洗衣物是何等荣耀之事，你竟敢说是粗活？怎么，有了陛下特意关照，准家人入宫，就恃宠而骄忘了本，连皇后也不放在眼里了？
我没听错吧？洗衣服？若是龙胎不稳，你有几条命来赔？ 河宫上下这么多人。
Yes, go off, sis. Good night, Sax. Sleep well. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
我来洗，有多少洗多少。
If it's such an honor, then why are you not fucking doing it, bitch?
身孕，这些粗活姐姐来干。姐姐，
陛下，已经彻查清楚，五姑娘的姐姐武元顺曾亲自出宫，暗中买了寒药。此事或许从始至终都是五姑娘的苦肉计。五姑娘不惜以自身和皇嗣作为赌注，
此事到此为止。
Oh, he knew.
是，陛下。
寒药伤身，吩咐上药局选最好的药材，给赵儿补身子。
求菩萨庇佑媚娘和其腹中孩子平平安安。
高阳。
母妃，我们的禁足终于解开了，太开心了！
Oh fuck！
你啊，真是没心没肺。
素洁听闻吴姐姐怀了宝宝，她之前冤枉我不喜欢她，但是她长得那么好看，生的小宝宝肯定也很好看。
你还知道想这些？那你说，是娘亲好看，还是那个姓武的好看？
娘亲好看。
你怎么还犹豫呢？
He finally said his mother is prettier. All chapters then. So, oh shit. Okay, so holy fuck, we got through quite a few chapters. Oh my god, there's a fucking 7 million chapters. Holy shit. Alright, I am gonna take a break if that's okay. I need to go pee and stretch my legs and stuff. I was considering maybe ending it, but we have a long ways to go. I might as well keep streaming for a bit longer, but I do need to take a little break if that's okay. So yeah, I'm gonna go BRB. Obviously, you know, you guys can also maybe take the initiative to get up and stretch those legs and get some, I don't know, fucking water or a snack or whatever you want. Maybe even tissues at this point. Who fucking knows? Considering ending it sounds like half the options in this game. It's also a sentence I want to use a lot more frequently than I do, but I stop myself for the sake of not making anyone worry on stream. Yeah, I'm gonna BRB. I don't know if the clip player is working. It wasn't last time. If it's not, I'll just put on some music for you, and you're just gonna have to deal with it. Hey, now I'm looking at it. It does kind of look like a dirty plate, but it is soup. All right, I'll be right back. Okay.
Oh no!
I mean, this is gonna take a while.
Okay,
but...
it's fine. Okay.
Oh no, it's fine.
Please be
Why does magic have no flamethrower? Sorry, I'm fine. Ah, never mind. I missed my fucking attack. I'm not fine. I'm going to throw up.
Don't do that. Think of the curry.
It's really simple. It's literally keyframing. I can keyframe. I can do that. Yeah. That means that I'm qualified to work.
What do we do?
I don't. We didn't even assess the situation. We just went, oh, you send it. Didn't even.
Well, we wouldn't have had a choice. There's a bear on that bridge now. The bear is coming down to kill the bear is coming to kill you. Goodbye, guys.
I'm already
dead.
dead
Next to you.
I'm pretty sure. I can't.
Fucking pissing myself. It's a lot of rats. Hey, Hal. Yeah?
I didn't ask how big the room was.
Miss this.
I said cast fireball.
Wonderful.
Ah.
Generation? Probably 4. Right. Get in the fucking ball, please. Am I catching Pokemon? No. I can't catch a single fucking Pokemon! I can't catch one! I can't! Ow. Will crash if there is a god. This car will crash. Not mine, that one. I said not mine! That one too. And that one.
Come here if you need us.
I was too busy being.
Never mind, I decided I wanted to 1v1 the Reinhardt. It's not going well because he's getting healed, so it's not actually 1v1. I wouldn't go in there if I were you.
Yeah, great.
Hello, Fate. Hello, Ryan. How's it going?
Whoa, fuck. Not bad.
Not a swear word I use often. I probably should use it more. You know what? It's time to use an item, I think. Ah! No! Why me?
Hello, Patrick.
Why me? Stop! I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
And your HP. She's still going for you.
Yep, all fucking 3 of them went for me. I feel like in this world, you are either apple juice or orange juice. And I am apple juice. Occasionally I'll be like, you know, oh, orange juice would be good here, but I'm a very much apple juice person. I don't want anyone in chat thinking they're special going, actually, I prefer pineapple juice. That's not the question. Because if it was a question, I would be like, okay, well, I would like mango and passion fruit juice. But that's not how this is working. We are going apple or orange juice.
What's that?
Eat it.
Raw meat. I'm not eating raw meat.
I died.
I
instantly died.
Truly, I don't know what you expected.
Well, I didn't think I was gonna die instantly. Maybe a little like a little sicky, you know, like a vommy situation.
Nintendo Direct just ended, so there might be a few of you that are pretty excited about some things. Hi. Why am I... What the fuck? Why am I... Hello? What? What happened? Why am I so small? Hel- That was weird. What the fuck? What? what was that sabotage? Holy shit! Oh my fucking lord. Okay, so they're both going left, so I will go right now. Actually, I lied. I will go left, because this...
Out. Oh, there we go.
No fucking shot!
What? What's up, honey? What's up?
I'm devastated.
What?
So, you know how you just said something. Oh no! No! Not the soup! No! No! Not the soup! Don't eat the soup!
放开我！放开我！这儿不听话，你们帮帮他。
God fucking... Where am I? Fuck. Okay. I think I saved it for the most part. Holy shit. My stuff. Streamer's a gamer? I honestly was not expecting the tornado there. Thank God I had that in my fucking inventory. That was so Get me out of this track, Jesus. Uh-oh. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? No, 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 no! You're covering this shit up! You're covering it up! Oh my God. That's not my Spampton. My Spampton's a cute little bean. Okay.
I get
you back
gassy.
in the war. Finish!
Susie? Susie, you think the car broke down? Wait, you're not in the car anymore. How did you... Oh, you're back. What's happening?
We had a gas? No!
I'm not sure.
If I recall, you're busy tomorrow. You don't usually stream on a weekend. I'll probably be done with the Starlight stuff and having my token like 2 days off before I come back to... I could watch you play it! Oh my God! Ah! Okay, I'm excited for that. Sorry. Just excited. I'm a bit excited. Don't mind me. I'm just a little bit of a Red Autumn Owl fan. But seriously, you probably gotta go get some food anyway. Tend to the girls, maybe. So yeah, I will be zooming out. Remember, I'm playing Hades 2. Morrowind? Ah, yes. Hello. Thank you so much for waiting. I needed that break. I'm getting old, guys. Oh, it's good to stretch the legs, though. Alright, you guys ready to continue with some more soup gaming? Oh, yes. Oh, you actually got it. Wow, okay. That was pretty crazy. Alright, so Gao Yang is fucking dead. Alright, I can claim like all of the shit, right? Cool. Alright, let's see. Rest in peace, Gao Yang. I've never been this happy, by the way. Did I make a mistake bringing her back to the palace? Yes, you did, bitch. We watched these. Okay, let's go. The size of my fucking hair.
一跃从皇后身边的低位侍女，成为了九品之首的昭仪。这是你从感业寺回宫后
Oh yeah.
大步。你将
Let's
昭阳
go.
深埋心中。他死于朝政争斗，但权力之争即便凶险万分，你也绝不会后退，因为你知道，于女子而言，挣脱。
Can't imagine the fucking sheer weight of that on your head.
一切还远远不够。
So what is Xiao Yi? Xiao Yi? Is that how you say that? Xiao Yi.
从一个低贱的侍女摇身一变，竟成了当今陛下九品之首的昭仪。
Head of the 9 concubines. Is she like the top concubine?
爱中武媚娘，这李红将来是否会威胁到太子？
一点小小的偏差，一切都还来得及重回正轨。
Hello, Faint. How's it going?
仅凭后宫之力，难以斩草。
We haven't seen a Wu Yang yet.
还需借助朝堂之力。本宫要见长孙太尉。
是。
陛下。
昭儿，你来了。
Did we get a baby yet?
昭儿，让我抱抱红儿。
We're not getting. Oh no! Hello.
你虽成为了昭仪，但你很清楚，你的战场一定不仅仅在后宫。你要尽快在前朝扶植自己的助力，因此，每陛下拼阅奏折之时，你都陪伴在他身侧。
陛下已经看了半日的奏折了，歇会儿吧，奏折就由昭儿念给你听。 好不好？
好，那我陪红儿玩。
Still don't know what the memorials are.
红儿。
Okay.
哎呀，老了。 还是跟你们在一块儿，什么正事也不管才舒服啊！
臣今已届古稀之年，
启骸骨归故里，德中天年。尚书人，昭义大夫长孙宋卿。
I've now reached my 70th year. I humbly request leave to return to my homeland and spend what years remain in quiet retirement. Your humble servant, Zhang Sun Song King, Imperial Court Advisor. Last year I was struck by a grave illness. Since then my spirit is waned and I increasingly find my body failing my resolve. Beg your majesty to grant my request to retire from service. Your humble servant, Xiao Liang Chai, Palace Attendant.
老夫为圣朝奉献半生，这些都是我应得的。
The size of their stomachs. So they got the beer bellies. Since entering official service, I have received your majesty's grace, yet my abilities are limited and I am unfit for heavy responsibility. I request permission to return to a humble life. Your humble servant, Ji Huazhong, Governor of Zheng Prefecture.
这朝堂早已没有我等寒门容身之地了。
Cool.
赵儿，这些人都想辞官，其中或许有人能真正为我所用。你认为应该挽留谁？
I mean, this is pretty obvious. It's the 30-year-old, right? This guy, right? Yeah.
赵儿，这些人都想辞官。
赵儿知道了。这个季怀忠，他出身寒门，年纪尚轻，以才疏学浅这样牵强的理由告退，必然是在门阀
Yeah.
无处容身了。
怀忠此人确实有宰相之才。 只是，
陛下，臣从未贪墨。陛下，季怀忠贪墨之事事关重大，更是人证物证俱在，按圣朝律其罪当诛，请陛下立即赐死季怀忠。
This guy is such a fuck ass. How do you not fucking fire him yet?
容不得你继续欺瞒陛下，祸乱朝纲，请陛下赐死季怀忠。请陛下赐死季怀忠。
我知道他是被诬陷的。 但证据确凿，我只能将他贬官外放。
当年他被人精心设局，几乎丧命，陛下保下了他的性命，已经尽力了。或许他会是我们的契机。若我们从此人开始，逐步提拔被排挤而郁郁不得志的寒门官员，朝局或许会开始改变。
赵儿所言，
Yeah.
我曾亲赴齐州赈灾，提拔过一批贤才。 但提拔的高门之人，他们施政虽有小成，却收效缓慢。如今看来，正是因为他们出身门阀，皆有退路，因此破釜沉舟之心不足，反而寒门官员更能体恤民情，尽心实务。
Yeah, I know what's going on.
我该换条路，给寒门好官更多的机会。那赵儿认为应该给予季怀忠什么样的官位合适？
Oh fuck knows. Posts with a lower stipend but real authority.
陛下或可给他一个俸禄低但有实权的官职，便于他为我们做些实事。
可是赵儿，如此势必引起长孙太尉侧目，提前对季怀忠下手。
的确，是赵儿考虑不周了。
我们可以给季怀忠一个不起眼的虚职，如此不引人注目，之后再设法为他着胜。
I see.
此计甚妙。
今日赵儿所言令我惊艳，没想到你在政事上有如此的眼界和能力。
Okay.
我这就给
Did I pass?
命他回京任职。
Well, sorry if you could execute. You just love executing people.
这儿，一起。
Let's go. We don't get to see the stamp.
季怀中回到圣安，任从八品左拾遗兼弘文馆学士，可是他却连续告假数日。看来，他不想卷入陛下与长孙太尉的争斗，只想独善其身。陛下不便直接召其入宫，所以你请旨秘密出宫，去见一见这个宰相之才。
媚娘不解。 季学士笔下的这只鹰，为何收敛翅膀，独立于枝头惆怅？
昭仪光临寒舍，有失远迎。
不必多礼。季学士因病告假，陛下特命我前来探望。
劳烦陛下挂念，微臣惶恐。
季学士从郑州调回了京，可这是因为什么？
难道
We're getting like real political now? We've climbed our way out of the fucking scabby bitch fights. And into some real Mau Mau shit. Fancy hat, I could do. Honestly, give me one of these, but make it black and completely opaque, and like I would be thriving. Probably cooking as well, like, but.
势单力孤，只想偏安一隅，实在是飞不动了。
We've forgotten why you once chose to serve the realm. How far are we into the game? Like, not that far. We are on chapter 26. And there's 41 chapters. Oh, we're kind of like over halfway actually. So it's not the worst, I guess. That's a bit unfitting, but okay.
我知道学士也曾心怀报国热血，如今季学士可愿重拾初心，救圣朝江山于危局。
Fuck yeah.
赵毅
Is he gonna tell me to piss off?
再热血的初心都无法撼动分毫。
Normanton, thank you for the 75 stream streak. How's it going?
怎么知道结果？
Are you fucking kidding me? That's on the line.
长孙太尉再如何逾矩，也是陛下的亲舅舅。
Is there a mod in chat that can yam me, or do I have to do it myself? So what if he's my uncle? I'm still the woman he loves most. I think that sentence has been written wrong. I don't know, the round bear is the Lee name.
在权势面前，血脉亲情。
Feel a little nauseous? I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully you feel better soon. Oh, thank you, Nya. Appreciate it, Nya. Oh, Allegiance 1, Nya. Okay, that resonated with him, Nya.
容微臣考虑一番。
好，那我便回去，等季学士的消息。
微臣恭送诏仪。
Sick, Nya. What's the affirmation, Nya?
季学士，这边。
Not the fucking assassins, Nya. Are we gonna lose our guard, Nya? They sent how many, Nya? Please tell me it's Jinya. Oh no, it's not Jinya. That's crazy. Did you see that sword throwing, yeah?
方才吓死奴婢了。
属下后驾来迟，还望昭仪恕罪。属下的人擒住一个刺客，他招了，是长孙太尉的人。
他们是来杀微臣。
positive affirmation, yeah.
是季学士，幸亏林校尉来得及时，否则后果不堪设想。
I think that I am pretty good
让人暗中保护季学士。
主子，你都受伤了，我们先回宫吧。
I don't know, yeah.
我们先行告辞。
那一日，哪怕季怀忠已经遭遇刺杀这般生死危局，却依然没有选择效忠于你。正当你反复思量如何继续攻破季怀忠之时
Give me a second, yeah.
宫外的消息，昨日季怀忠再次辞官，连夜离开了圣安。
什么
？This fucking asshole,
在
yeah.
寒门中素有声望，他的态度，朝中所有臣子亦看在眼里。而后，不管你如何努力，许以怎样的将来，皆无人选择投效你。
Oh, what a pain, yeah. I see, so this wasn't like a bad end, it was just like a weird end, yeah. I have to make a different choice here. Was there a quick time event I missed? Because I was a bit distracted, yeah. Okay, positive affirmation before I forget, yeah. I am a pretty capable person, yeah.
长孙太尉，可曾顾念亲情？
但陛下最顾念亲情，这便是此局的症结，也是死结。微臣沉疴未愈，恐招。
Okay, I think I know what it is then, yeah. It's gotta be like this one then.
太尉是他舅舅又如何？本宫还是他最爱的女人呢。
这三个混为一谈，实在是荒唐。
Oh, never mind, it isn't, yeah.
但朝堂之险一步踏错，便是万丈深渊，还望珍重。微臣沉疴未愈，恐昭仪沾染了病气，便不再多留。微臣恭送。
Wait, wait, so that was the right, but it was the wrong? What? Yeah.
“看来是我高估了季学士，没想到傲骨如季学士，竟也会卑躬屈膝至此，甘愿在长孙太尉的怜悯下活着。
昭仪此话何意？
当年，长孙太尉以莫须有的罪名加诸于你，你几乎丧命。季学士读圣贤书，难道甘愿一辈子背负恶名？
This guy have his ear
于田
pierced
天
now.
脚下偷生吗？季学士在寒门中负有极高的声望，是寒门官员的旗帜。若哪一日，长孙太尉想起了你，新的罪名扣下，季学士可还有自保之能？到那时，再来后悔今日吗？
昭仪的话，真是伤人于无形。人人都说昭仪有七窍玲珑之嫌，今日所见非虚。不过这恐怕都是昭仪自己的想法。长孙太尉再如何逾矩，也是陛下的亲舅舅。
Okay, and then we go this way again. Hello, Starfluff. How's it going?
血脉亲情似乎显得太过单薄了。
Snowy! Hello! We're about to get assassinated, so you know what? I'll pause it there. And we can all watch me get assassinated. Well, I didn't actually get assassinated. It was an attempt. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm just gonna send you over the raid video. Yeah.
Hello Raiders. If you feel this stream isn't for you, or you have to leave for other things, don't worry about it. No one's going to chase after you, or hold any grudges. But if you feel like staying, then I hope you enjoy it here.
Hello, my name's Hel. I'm a PI Crow, private investigator by day. Oh, she's dead. Paranormal investigator at night.
Hands off, Dalamar.
That cat just spoke real life words to me. Prego illustrator at sunrises and sunsets. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Alright, I will never do that again. We're fucking gaming. Let's fucking go!
Eat it. Eat this one as well.
Why are you feeding them?
What the fuck is it?
No! Hello! Let's do a zoom in bit. We haven't done a zoom in bit in a while, and I can pause the game, so it's fine if we do a zoom in bit. You're not gonna miss anything. Welcome, Raiders! Snowy, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a nice time playing Dice a Million. A gambling game? That sounds like a gambling game. I like gambling. Gambling is good. Feel free to let me know what it's all about. Or don't. You don't want to, that's completely fine too. You just got done streaming, it's getting a bit late, so I completely understand if you're not feeling it. For anyone that is new here, hello, I'm Hel. Won't yap too much about myself because that's what the raid video is for. But right now we are playing Road to Empress 2. We played the first game like 4 months ago, and it was a blast, and we are about over halfway through the second game, and it is still being a blast. I don't know how to describe the game. It's just apparently like some real life events turned into a what is this called again? Motion video game or something like that. So something like that. It's pretty cool. Everyone is hot, and there is some drama and some funny memes to be had. So pretty good time. Pretty good time. We had a baby. Had a baby with the Empress, pretty insane. But we're still having fucking assassins and shit sent after us, so, you know, it is what it is. It's Dice Balatro. Was playing a game called Fading Echo, which was like Splatoon meets Action Combat. Oh yeah, I remember you mentioning about Fading Echo. Glad to hear you're doing well, Starfluff. You're playing like 7 million games. Dude, I have to play 7 million games too. Oh, God, don't. Anyway, yeah. It's soup time. We're getting, Oh my God. We're getting, I think we're about to get... I don't know if anything is going to change this time, actually. Kill!
吴昭仪，请留步。看来不管微臣是否为陛下所用，都会被长孙太尉赶尽杀绝。今日若无昭仪，臣早已是刀下亡魂。昭仪以女子之身。
Okay, so we just needed +1 more allegiance. It actually did matter.
臣愿意。
Oh look, I'm on this side now too. Cool.
那我便替陛下谢过季学士。
You have a list? I have a list. I'm on an Overwatch and League. You know what's funny? Sorry to pause. It's like fucking 4 seconds. I was thinking when I was on my break, I was like, wow, it'd be nice to take a break from this. I'll just play a couple of games of Overwatch and call it a day. But like, I was like, no, I can't. I'm on an Overwatch and League of Legends streaming ban until I get through my list because it's not fair on you guys. I promised you. You know, games. And I really do need to get that Nuzlocke done. I don't know why I keep putting it off. I'm just like, you know, I'm too tired or I don't have the time to invest into it today. It is a little bit of work and a little bit stressful because I'm having to fucking look up so much shit about I don't know and whatnot. So it is a little fucking, but it's not like that bad. So, and then we got Enter Dragonfly and I got Deltarune. The thing is I think I'm gonna have to beat the Roaring Knight. And I have no idea how I'm going to do that because I barely beat Jevil. So, fuck. So, some of this might take a bit, but I have 2 weeks. Honestly, God knows how I've managed to avoid fucking Chapter 4 spoilers all this time, but yeah, we'll get it done.
恭喜主子成功收复季怀中。
林校尉，还请不要告诉陛下我受伤一事，让他担心。
是，如今这季学士总该死心塌地地追随陛下与主子了吧？也算没有枉费主子安排这场厮杀。
雄鹰收敛翅膀，可一旦将他推下深渊。
Oh, we sent the assassins.
可是，主子你却为此受伤了，疼吗？
为了我和陛下的未来，这点疼不算什么。
Oh yeah, I'm a bad bitch. You can't kill me. Oh, the moon.
长孙太尉如何说？
回皇后的话，太尉他
回去禀告皇后，无事之事不必挂心。明日朝会，老夫自会连重臣之力。 力荐陛下，废除妖妃武士，还后庭安宁。
有太尉这句话，皇后便能放心了。
好啊，那本宫拭目以待。
季学士让奴婢传信给主子，若主子获封昭仪一事，长孙太尉已联合众臣要废除掉主子。
我诞下龙子，获封昭仪。 波澜是必然会起的，我们需先下手为强。
They're so fucking salty.
老臣真不是东西。明日朝堂。
They're so salty. I got the fucking ember wrapped around my little finger. Gave him a fucking air, you know. Impeach Chancellor Zhang Sun. Petition to depose the Empress. Petition to grant you the title of Empress. These all seem like fucking horrible ideas to the point where I have no idea which one is the least horrible. Would you sign my petition? I don't think we have the power to impeach Zhang Sun. And I don't think we can have the title of Empress, can we? Because here's the thing, they've got beef with us just being a, what is it, top 1 out of 9 concubine or whatever. So they're not gonna let me have the title of Empress. There's no fucking way. This is not gonna, Can we impeach on the basis of assassins? Maybe. Wait, you might actually be cooking.
长孙太尉多年来党同伐异，祸乱朝纲，朝臣们皆是心知肚明，敢怒不敢言。只要让季怀忠当众出来弹劾他，定会打他个措手不及。
I don't think he can impeach him though, because there was the shit that he got fucking framed for back in the day. No.
陛下，经各部公文，必先呈太尉府，再上达天听。太尉虽为陛下至亲，受先帝托付。 但权势之盛早已凌驾百司，长此以往，恐非圣朝之福。
季怀忠，你好大的胆子！太尉为圣朝鞠躬尽瘁，是国之柱石。陛下，此人如此放肆，竟让污蔑先帝亲封的顾命老臣裹挟朝纲，此罪当诛。臣请陛下诛杀谗臣季怀忠，以安社稷。
Oh yeah, there's definitely no bias here, Chief. They wove charges. Demotion followed demotion. He slipped into a lake and died. Okay. 3 months later. Oh. So I slipped into a lake and also died. Phenomenal. Okay, we can't impeach him because they didn't use that excuse. Oh. You just left the starting zone and immediately tried to impeach a top-tier boss. Danger. Well, here's the thing, is if fucking... Fuck it, we go. Give me the Empress title.
让季怀中奏请，封我为后。
奴婢这就去传话。
There's no way this works.
陛下，武昭仪诞下皇嗣，与社稷有功，明慧渊达，一犯六功。臣等有目共睹，臣谏言立其为后，上合天意，下顺民心。
实在可笑。此谏言将王皇后置于何地？皇后对他有。
So we do just have to get rid of Empress Wang.
王子便如此急不可耐，要取代中宫了。
陛下，臣还有一奏：武媚娘曾侍奉过先帝，而后入感夜寺为尼，此人万万不可继续留在宫中啊！ 如此一来，我圣朝的天威何在？岂不是成了百姓口中的笑柄吗？
You already are the laughing stock. We're all laughing at you. Ha ha ha.
老臣和长孙太尉受先帝遗命，辅佐陛下，就是为了防止陛下犯下大错。此女乃祸国妖女，若是容其留在皇宫之中，必然会为祸我圣朝江山。 臣等附议。
父皇命救父，和楚相辅佐朕，不是为了让你们对朕的家事非妄加评论、肆意诟病的。你们身披相袍，应当想如何为国尽忠，而非盯着朕的后宅乱嚼舌根，长舌至此，真是让朕瞎了龙眼。
退朝，陛下，
退朝。
Wait, what?
此事，李治虽保你安然无恙，但皇后暗中命人将此事迅速散入民间。很快，你被赐有大恩于你的皇后，设局取代中宫的消息，传遍了圣安的街头巷尾。
Never mind the amount of time she tried to kill me, but okay. Anyone know what the sticks they're holding on to for? So do you know, like in when you had circle time at school, and sometimes you had like an item. It might have been like a teddy bear or some other object. I think for us it used to be a teddy bear or a football or something, and only the person with the object could speak. I think that's the same, but they have to maybe raise the stick. I'm not sure. Okay, we gotta fucking tell them to get rid of the Empress, I guess.
那些顾命老臣打着礼义教条的大旗想除掉我，那我们就以其人之道还治其人之身。
奴婢明白了，起初之过，无子为首。
皇后始终没能为陛下诞下皇嗣，这便是她身为皇后。
Oh shit, there's rules.
我们就用他们最热衷的教条，上书废后。
Confucian.
今日还有何事要奏？
陛下，陛下，臣有要事相奏。
奏。
臣今日所奏，事关国祚，不得不冒死直言。礼记有言：“上以事宗庙，而下以祭后世也。”陛下登基多年，刘贵妃、萧淑妃、武昭仪皆已为陛下诞下皇嗣，而皇后身为后宫之主，却一直未有所出。圣朝 向来是嫡子为正统，皇后若是无子，则嫡庶之分不明；嫡庶不明，则国本动摇，社稷又怎得安宁？
此言甚是荒唐。陛下，皇后身体康泰，日后定当为陛下绵延子嗣。
季学士，怕是糊涂了吧？当今太子便是出自于皇后宫中，季学士妄言皇后无子。 这可是非议储君呢！
皇后母仪天下，表率六宫，从无过失，怎可轻言废黜？
季学士，
你出此言，是何居心？
依臣看来，皇后尽心尽德，为陛下抚养太子，不但无谦，反而有功。
陛下，诸位自欺欺人，掩耳盗铃，实在可笑。
Oh.
你是中书舍人李义府。
These words are just incredible. They're, you know, in English, they're being translated to English. I have no idea what they mean.
本为刘贵妃所生，此事天下皆知。虽有长子之名，却无嫡出之势。皇后为巩固地位，夺人之子养于膝下，如此急功近利，何谈表率六宫，更何谈有？为一己之私，乃令陛下不得不弃嫡而立长，实乃皇后之大过也。
Oh！
你可知道你在说什么？
陛下，季李二人藐视朝纲，胡言乱语，诟病当今皇后，言辞狂悖，其心可诛，其罪当诛，请陛下降罪二人，以儆效尤。
太尉，你方才说此二人藐视朝纲，可是本朝一向广开言路，鼓励谏言。父皇在的时候，宰相张玄素、魏征等人言辞激烈，数次冲撞父皇，驳斥父皇的旨意。可是父皇非但没杀他们，反而因为他们敢于直言。
Oh yeah！
今日季怀中、李义府二人所言，并非虚妄不实，为何在你们眼中却成了死罪？
He's fucking mogging him.
既然此事争议不下，便容后再议。退朝。
陛下，
退朝。
恭送陛下。
Get fucked.
后生可畏呀！
不敢当。
Get fucked, loser. Eat my Gen Z ass.
我们彻底打乱了节奏。
放心，有我在，
Why so
他们
pixelated?
永远都找不到节奏。奏请废后，长孙太尉呢？舅父呢？有他们在，竟然有人敢奏请废后？
主子息怒，不过是几个年轻无知的官员罢了，陛下定然不会理会的。
没想到啊，那些不怕死的朝臣中，竟真的有投入武士麾下的。武士如此狠辣刁钻的手段，真让本宫心惊。
主子莫急，长孙太尉和柳相有密信交与主子。
看来舅父和太尉已经有良策了。
Newcomer enters the palace. Okay.
那日朝堂之上，一位名叫李义府的后起之秀，不畏强权，舌战重臣。你觉得此人或能为你所用？
美人儿，把这杯酒给我满上。
主子，
真香！
里面雅间那位正是李义府。
夜明珠，请笑纳。
快给王老板倒酒。
好，
王老板，
这李义府一看品行就不正。主子，你仍要招揽他吗？嗯。
I mean. Fuck it, why not?
为人臣者，自会有忠奸善恶，关键在于如何用。
大手笔啊，王老板！
李舍人即将被贬出圣安，竟还有雅兴在此寻欢作乐。
什么？我家庄有事，先走一步啊！
王老板，王老板，你谁呀？怎敢信口雌黄，祸害我好事呢？
你得罪了长孙太尉，他们岂会轻易放过你？被贬离京，难道不是板上钉钉的事吗？
下去。武昭仪，
李舍人见过我。
昭仪虽穿着素服，但气度不凡。放眼整个皇城，会知道朝中此等绝密之事的女子，更会如此离经叛道来此酒楼亲自见臣子的，想必也只有你，武昭仪了。昭仪风范，李某早有耳闻，仰慕已久啊。
李舍人妄议后妃，不怕再被治一个大不敬之罪。
Bro gives no fucks. But this guy would really enjoy tongue to her or some shit.
还有什么话是说不得的？
调任之令还未下达，李舍人怎知不会有转机？
昭仪的意思是，愿意出手相助。
助与不助，需李舍人先回答我一个问题：那日在朝堂之上，你为何站在季学士一边，支持废后？
于皇后而言，李某不过是鲜花着锦，并不稀奇；但对于你，武昭仪，却是雪中送炭。毕竟富贵险中求，不是吗？
再给你一个机会，好好说。
皇后一派与长孙太尉结党营私，在常州横行霸道，党同伐异。下官支持废后，只不过是为民请愿，为陛下驱度除奸。
李舍人大人
，let's go。
陛下也会惦念你的一片丹心。
陛下爱护臣子之意，臣定铭记于心。日后，但凡昭仪吩咐
，Damn, okay.
臣定鞍前马后。
We fucking got this one first try.
李舍人真是个聪明人，明日继府见。
Okay, sick.
那日朝堂之上，季学士敢为人先，真令李某佩服。
当时多亏了李舍人出言相助，今后我们理当通力合作才是。
哪里，不知季学士觉得我们该如何助昭仪在朝堂上掌握主动？
寒门久受压榨，报国无门，将这些人凝聚起来，便是一股不可小觑的力量。
妙啊！不如我们公开叫板长孙太尉。不知昭仪如何看？
I think we need to win over more of the officials, right? Or plant spies.
愧于已学。如果我们能拉拢被长孙太尉排挤的一众官员，这或许能成为改变朝局的一颗种子。
昭仪好筹谋，下官定肝脑涂地。
下官定竭尽全力。
那陛下
Fuck yeah! Where can I get that hat though?
陛下已下令，升任季学士为门下侍郎。只要你和季学士通力合作，你们二人皆能官运亨通。
下官定不负昭仪所期。
下官拜谢昭仪。
Is this bribery? Are we bribing them?
将祭礼收入麾下，撕开了前朝和后宫重重阻隔的口子。我预感到，此二人会是我踏入朝堂的极佳助力。
李某一直有个疑问：像季兄这样淡泊名利之人，为何会投入昭仪麾下，行如此凶险之路？
你不妨猜猜看。
听说季兄曾经在府上遇刺，莫不是想寻求昭仪的庇护呀？
自然不是，我知道那是昭仪的设计，但他为了招拢我，不惜被自己的刺客所伤。
哦。
决心与破釜沉舟的魄力，他此举亦是为了告诉我，若遇危局，他会挡在前方。跟着这样的人，朝中的局势一定能有所改变。既得伯乐，
He fucking knew it was a fake.
我们不会跟错人的。
Yeah, let's go.
主子，你忙了一日未用膳了，别累坏了身子。
Oh, this guy.
参见武昭仪。
Kill him.
莫内
Kick his ass.
皇后宣你去立正殿觐见。昭仪，赶紧请吧。
哎，好冷啊！主子，你还好吗？皇后选主子来议事，已有1个时辰。莫内侍说进去通报了这么久都没见个人影。这么冷的天，主子还饿着肚子呢。主子不能一直在外面吹冷风啊，这可怎么办啊？我看这皇后就是故意的，这是给主子下马威呢。啊，主子！
这位妹妹，我们住一套吧，我们一起来下双陆棋，我教你啊，你没事吧？徐姐姐，快先披上。
Huh?
徐敏慧拜见武昭仪。
敏慧，你是
A sister?
妹妹。正是，敏慧奉皇后之命刚刚入宫。
Totally played by the same actress.
莫影。
Nice CJ, thank you for stopping by. Sleep well and thank you for the self-care chat.
武昭仪，今日身子可还好？要不要请御医来给你瞧瞧？
拜见皇后，媚娘已无碍，多谢皇后关照，就不劳烦请御医了。敏慧拜见皇后。后来我才知道，就在我和陛下全力扶植属于我们的力量时，长孙太尉和皇后紧锣密鼓地选出了一个新人，意图分走我的宠爱，而她正是故人徐慧的亲妹妹。拜见昭仪。徐婕妤，这太极宫中美不胜收，敏慧竟一时间迷路了，没想到竟遇到了昭仪。昭仪可否容敏慧稍坐片刻？坐吧。敏慧未入宫之时，便听闻了昭仪好多事迹，驯服狮子聪，救陛下于马下，实在是钦佩昭仪的勇毅和果决。昭仪之前提到了敏慧的姐姐，昭仪也认识姐姐吗？
She was my guiding star. Your sister was a good person. Oh, she was so sweet.
何止认识，你姐姐一直是我心中的月光。长姐入宫后，知交零落。她在家书中说，与她交情匪浅者，唯有才人武元照。你这狼牙项链很特别。啊，这是敏慧最珍贵的物件，带着它，无论走到哪里，哪怕是一个人孤身入宫，都觉得有了勇气。昭仪，敏慧的姐姐已经走了，日后敏慧可以唤武昭仪为姐姐吗？好，武姐姐，我们以后多多走动吧。
徐婕妤，陛下今日宣召你，请婕妤快些回去准备。
当年武媚娘入宫，分走了萧淑妃的圣宠，如今新人入宫，年轻美貌，诗书礼义皆非凡品。
武媚娘一旦失宠，蛊惑军心的贱婢就再无施展的机会。
一个女子，就算再有才干、谋略和天大的抱负，
并为此付出了再多的努力。一旦失去了帝王的爱，他的一切都将烟消云散。本宫拭目以待。
主子，今日是徐敏慧册封婕妤的日子，陛下肯定到她那儿去啊。
刚入宫就册封婕妤，
就是啊。
难怪宫里人会传言，新人入宫，我将失去君恩。
呸！那个没有眼识的家伙，在我小柚子眼里，唯有主子才是绝世佳人。
好了
，What a sweetie！
哎。
Bless him.
夜晚风大，你怎么不进去？这么不爱惜自己，你看，手这么冷。
My heart is cold, so my hands are cold. Yeah, weren't you were supposed to be with Jiju?
陛下不是在徐婕妤那里吗？
我从他那里离开，便在宫内踱步，走着走着就来到了灵照殿，便看到有一个人在这里神思哀伤，也不知道是在想谁。他是长孙太尉和皇后送入宫的，所以我理应去看的。
我知道啊，我就是想看看陛下怎么解释罢了。陛下，他们在后宫中安插了婕妤，也定然会在前朝不遗余力的让陛下贬谪季怀忠和李义府。陛下一定要保护好他们，只有他们官运亨通，才能让更多人站在陛下身边。
别担心，我知道，拔韩威以强本，抑贵胄以消之，是朕必行之策。
陛下圣明。
昭儿，你只想和我说这些吗？
The music just comes out of nowhere every single time. Why is it so fucking just dramatic? Okay. Right, fantastic.
虽然自后宫至朝堂，皆有他方势力作祟，可你和李治始终紧握彼此的手，朝着你们共同的目标迈进。而你也一直在尽心扶持自己的朝堂势力。但长孙太尉对政治异己的清扫从未结束。从曾经的高阳，到如今，他欲将刀刃正式对准魏王李泰。
Jin？
陛下，陛下唤召儿前来，连内侍们都支开了，想必是有要事。
此事我只想和你商议。我这里有2封密信，这封是长孙太尉所写。
臣已经查清，高阳长公主谋反一案。 幕后主使正是魏王李泰，臣未将此事放于朝堂上商议，是担心朝中有魏王的眼线。陛下应当立下决心，处置魏王，万不可顾念亲情，养虎为患。
陛下，另一封密信呢？ 这是魏王的自己。
臣深知陛下之忧，在于朝中佞臣。臣欲设法收集太尉谋害李薛二将的罪证。若陛下有决心，臣愿助陛下铲除长孙一党。
赵儿，你怎么想？
We could use Jen. Well, the two rivals destroy each other. Is Jin actually a fucking rival, though? I don't think he is, right? Maybe? I mean, oh, wait, he did actually... work to get the older brother out at first, right? Everyone who potentially could be Emperor is your rival. I suppose we could do this then. If not, it's using Li
必定会两败俱伤。
Tai.
陛下也会有更多时间在前朝布局。
果然能懂我的，只有你。
Oh no. What does that mean? Wait, no, I'm going back. Wait.
「魏王只算是远虑，长孙太尉才是近忧。陛下。 不妨听从魏王的提议，给他一封清君侧、除佞臣的密诏。这样一来，待他发兵，朝臣们必然会站在长孙太尉的对立面。陛下要除掉他，便是水到渠成的事。
我知道了，我会考虑的。
李治并未听取你的意见，给李泰清君侧的密诏。翌日。 长孙太尉便呈上精心谋制的李泰谋反帖证，以此向李治施压，力主铲除魏王李泰。而李泰则联合圣朝宗族，弹劾长孙太尉谋害宗亲，侵蚀宗庙社稷。后来你才明白，李治想要的本就是两虎相争、两败俱伤之局，而魏王最终未能如愿找到太尉谋害李薛二将的罪证。 6月后，魏王和长孙太尉之争以魏王败局落定，李泰被扣以谋反罪，被押送入圣安。
昭仪，魏王殿下被捕，如今在诏狱里。他死前只求再见你一面，昭仪是否要去见他？
送你的。 我归来时路过你的家乡利州，找当地的工匠打造的。
I just realized I've been calling this guy Jin. Jin was the emperor. Wait, this guy is Wei. Guess we'll go see him because I think I fucked up. Hi, Ghost.
既是故人心愿，那便走一趟吧。
是。
Bro's not looking so hot. Hello, we're about to watch someone get executed.
吴才人，好久不见。
魏王殿下真是糊涂了，本宫已不再是才人。
是啊，你如今贵为昭仪，是当今陛下的心上人。 我与九弟的这盘棋局，终究是我输了。看来当初你没有选错人。
有一点，我实在不解，以你的性子，败了，岂会甘愿做俘虏，把性命交与他人控制？
我并未谋反，但成王败寇，我不后悔。
你来圣安，究竟想谋划什么？
到现在，你还在为你的心上人谋算。像你这样的女人，竟然也会爱上一个人，为他殚精竭虑。
魏王殿下杀伐果决，从来不会被情爱绊住手脚，自然不会理解。
你方才问我为何愿做俘虏入圣安？是我说
Ghost is purring really loudly.
来见你最后一面，你信吗
？Sure, why not?
我信。
If I return it to him, is it like a bad thing?
"来见殿下最后一面，也算是全了和殿下的故人之情。我走了。
明天便是我的行刑之日。我想问你，你对本王可曾有过真心？
Yes, yes. Ghost, please, you're in the way. Ghost, you're in.
可我
Please.
当年送你的这枚簪子，是真心的。
He liked me. Ghost, you're in the way, honey. I love you, but my tracking.
昭仪，陛下说，他将魏王的生死交给昭仪来定。
Spare his life.
留他一命。
I have a feeling this is not how it's supposed to happen.
明白了。吴昭仪，此药对伤疤愈合有好处。
林校尉，这不像你。
过去，我一直将你视作对陛下的威胁，但你确实在真心相助陛下。这药是赔罪。
多谢。
陛下，昭仪已做决议，留魏王一命。
知道了。你说，若意外而处，昭儿会这样护着朕吗？
属下不敢妄测昭仪心意。
是啊。
Is he upset? I thought he'd want.
可陛下。 魏王已伏法认罪，如此重罪若轻轻放过，恐难服众。亦有被国法纲纪，难道真的要放了他？
他和高阳一样，皆是被舅父诬陷谋反。父皇若在，不会想看到朕和他手足相残。将魏王软禁封地，永世不得回京。
是。
来日， 正会为他们洗清冤屈。
So is he happy or sad? I'm confused.
这也是赵儿想看到的结果。
就在长孙太尉为成功剪除魏王及其一众党羽而沾沾自喜之时，季怀忠和李义府不负你的期待，团结了许多怀有报国之心却未能得到众。
Always try to get and sleep well. Think of stopping by. I'm probably going to end soon anyway. I'm assuming this is the end of a chapter. Yeah, looks like it maybe.
而你再次怀有身孕的消息，更令朝野震惊。
赵儿。
Holy shit, pregnant again?
我只想护着你，护着红儿，还有这个孩子。又是一年冬日，有你在我身边，真好。
是啊，在这杀机四伏的皇城里
Honestly, I thought this wasn't gonna work out. I'm surprised it did.
虽然太极宫的冬日从未真正过去，我们也一直在给彼此取暖。希望我们能早日携手共创我们的盛世天下。
One step closer. Well, actually, I've got like fucking 10 million steps to make. Sick. She got pregnant twice? Yeah. This is her second time. Oh, she is on our side now. Okay. So that's sick. No, wait, Ty. Why is he grayed out? He's not dead. He's neutral. Never mind. G was already on our side. Ty. Fucking Wei is... Okay. Sick. That works, I suppose. Any bonus content before I head off?
皇后，陛下昨晚并未宠幸徐婕妤。
姐姐，你轻点儿。你呀，还是和小时候一样，不让姐姐省心。
主子，
That does look like a pretty nasty wind.
这是
Holy
杨太
crap.
妃亲手做的虎头鞋。
Aww.
真可爱。对了，姨母最近身子怎么样了？
杨太妃说她的身子都是老毛病了，不碍事。主子送去的名贵补药太多了，让主子放心。她过几日好些了，便来看主子和孩子。
Aww.
那就好。
I have a feeling we're gonna see Yang die, aren't we? Well, the fake Yang.
婕妤，陛下就这么走了吗？你下去吧。若是婕妤此番没有得宠，怕是无法跟令尊和长孙太尉交代啊。你先下去吧。是。
明日你便要入宫为婕妤，切记不要让老夫和你父亲、你的全族对你失望。
是太尉，敏惠一定竭尽全力。
你的姐姐徐惠当年可是先帝的贤妃，至于你能走多远、走多高，就看你的了。
I hate this guy. I can't wait to see you die.
你能护着他多久，也看你。
Listen here, you little bitch. You just wait your turn. You're gonna get your just desserts, I'm sure of it.
为了你，我一定可以坚持下去。
Okay, so Holy shit, that was... a lot happened. What the fuck? We went from being a... Chiron to a nun. Well, obviously Chiron to a nun was the, when we first streamed. When we played the first game. Went from a Chiron to a nun. And now we've gone from a nun to a... whatever the fuck we are now. Top 1 out of 9 concubines or whatever. Sick. So we are like... well, we got 15... 16 chapters left. Depending on how long they are, we could probably get them done within another stream. That's honestly... not bad at all. Pretty cool. I am probably gonna call it here for the day, though. It is going up in life, yeah. Getting quite late, and I am quite tired. A lot of shit happened. Art, it was crazy. But if you guys could stick around for just a wee bit longer, as always, I would like to raid out into someone because it makes their day seeing your faces, and you get some channel points for doing so. I think today we can go say hello to Gray. Gray is playing some Dead by Daylight with someone, so you guys can go and enjoy that. I don't have a raid message. I don't really do raid messages, but if you'd like to pop a hello in the chat, ask them how their day is going. I'm sure they'd really appreciate the conversation. Regardless, be on your best behavior, please and thank you. Anyone who is a shitter in there, I will be there. I'll be lurking. I'll be watching. I will know. Not that you guys ever are, but just a warning. You won't be welcome back here, so behave. But thank you so much for coming today. I hope you enjoyed that. That was a lot of fun. Thank you again to Sparkle for gifting me the game. I really didn't realize it was coming out today. So thank you so much for that. I'm honestly looking forward to playing it some more. Now, I do have every intention of streaming tomorrow. I'm not sure what I'm going to get up to. It's probably some Wife Wednesday shit. We'll see. If anything changes, I'll let you know ahead of time in the Discord. But as I said, thank you so much for coming today. The company was really, really nice. I hope you guys enjoyed yourself as well. Thank you to my chatters, to my lurkers, to anyone that came by in the raid today who decided to stick around and give me a chance. Thank you very much. It means a lot to me. I really do appreciate it. You guys have a lovely rest of your morning, noon, or night, wherever it is you are. Take plenty good care of yourselves. Okay, try your best as always, and I will hopefully see you tomorrow, okay? Alright, losers, bye-bye.